and I suppose that she knows that I'm almost famous. Neck bang bang, and we dangerous remaining. Time steady changing. I don't know these niggas, and I don't wanna know them. This girl just want that big moment, so she can blow it. That's bogus, but I don't tell her what's what. Don't wanna be stuck, cause she's so starstruck. Wanna be around us, but I just rather play the field, rather keep it real, rather take you out, rather tell you how I feel, and show you that this game is for real. Cause I know that you're in love, you're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car, hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this, like this. You never seen a nigga like this, like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this, like this. You never seen a nigga like this, like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. So quit it, you spend seconds, hours, minutes working on your fitness for a nigga to witness. Go quit it, I ain't tripping. You ain't the baddest bitch I'll ever meet. The homie said he already be in the backseat of a Honda Jeep. So the Lord shit you can really keep him so cold on him, so cold on him. You homies in the feds, cause bitch niggas done told on him. Seen them boys in the streets and did a lot more, just stole on them. Niggas know the pen when they feel the heat of that stove on them. Send the hell, the Lord don't want them. But these girls from church Sunday morning, Saturday was out pouring. Show
niggas in the room wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack dead. Niggas selling suicide one bionic glue, and got Superman powers with them stretch new. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbeds. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack dead. Niggas selling suicide one bionic glue, and got Superman powers with them stretch new. New Corvette looking like a Transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga.
Greetings, good evening, good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to the episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Sharon Krumah. Joined with my other host, Lady Shay.
I'm just gonna go off camera so I can eat my dinner. That's why I was late. I was making dinner.
Okay.
Just going off camera, so I'm right here though.
Okay. And our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I was on the co-host and co-executive producer of. And on tonight's show, we will be discussing several things on season 3, episode 15 of the Frontline Blacc News. We're discussing tangibles 2023 to tangibles 2024. It's the year and a decade of tangibles, Black family. We're not letting up on our tangibles.
There's a little background noise or echoing or something in the back.
Any politician not seeking your vote demand something tangible for your vote. So we're going to discuss.
Absolutely.
The next thing is Jim Crow Joe Biden lies about Black unemployment.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jim Crow Joe Biden ignores Black farmers and puts illegal immigrants ahead of them.
See.
Racist white supremacist judge illegally dismisses the Tulsa Race Massacre Lawsuit in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Blacc Elderly Woman is fighting to keep her family's land in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
MSNBC's Joy Reid, or as Vicky Diller calls her, Joyless Reid, Dr. Cornel West, the Black Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I remember when Sister Soldier owned Dr. Cornel West's ass too, about 10 years ago, in regard, to Black Family Unit, in regard, to the Black community becoming self-sufficient, and also to Sister Soldier, if you're out there, please get with us, Sister Soldier. We'd love to have you
on. Mayor Michael Hancoon, outgoing Mayor Michael Hancoon, uses taxpayers' dollars to create Going Away legacy film on YouTube. Denver Rising, the transformational leadership of Michael B. Hancock. And in our Unhoused Neighbor news and our Unhoused Neighbor sweeps.
Hey, real quick before you even stop me on that shit, because I want to cover yesterday's debacle at that thing that we did on the Zoom. I want to talk about that during my session on the Unhoused Neighbor news.
Okay.
That's all I want to say. Just say yes.
Yes.
Thank
and
you.
I have some articles I wanted to read as well. We'll get to that part.
No.
Yes.
No.
So, it's the year and decade of tangibles. We're demanding something tangible for our vote. So any politician not seeking your vote demands something tangible for your vote. So back in 2020, brother by the name of Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag tangibles 2020. But before we get to tangibles 2020, introduce yourself, Shabaka. Tell the people what's going on in the Sin City.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. This is Shabaka Sankori, co-executive producer of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, contributor to Front Line Blacc News. Sin City is hot. Okay, Sin City, was like every bit, of 110 today. And I even had to, couldn't even go outside today, not because of sunburn or anything like that, because of the age factor of with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not in my 30s, I'm not in my 40s, I'm not in my 50s. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit above that. So, they have a extreme heat warning out here. Okay, so they want to protect on the elderly, stay hydrated, stuff like that. The roads are buckling up here, due to the heat, because as we all know, the desert goes from one extreme to the other. So, they're doing a lot of resurfacing of the streets out here, and I can tell that there's a usual thing that they do. They say, but however, okay, so no sunburn, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And then also, too, I got into a debate with a board on Facebook a couple of days ago, okay? And the board's going to try to tell me that they need to, how should I say, pretty much be forgiving. And I said, well, you're a board over in Albania, you know what I mean? So how are you going to sit up here and comment on anything when it comes to African people's situation, what have you? And I've argued, over the years, with these white Afrikaners, and you just a filthy ass poor is what you are. You have no soul. Because you tried to go exterminate people because you wanted their resources. You wanted to exterminate them because their viewpoint on life is not the same as yours. And Europeans, have this authoritative personality when you're the last motherfucking group to come on this planet, you see. And you have no melanin in you, you know what I'm saying? But I just find it very, very interesting is that you Boers, white Africans, no, you whites are not Africans, you're Boers, okay? You're Europeans. For some odd reason, hate black folk, but then you want to have sex with us, and I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Very sick savages we're dealing with.
Yeah. They viewpoint on life is very, very perverse. Their authoritative or authoritarian personality is something else. And then, with this artificial intelligence that they're bringing up on social media, it is dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. And I'm of the opinion is that what these assholes did in Silicon Game Valley, okay, is that they created a Frankenstein with, you see. But what us wanted to do for ourselves, they have a problem with it. And definitely they want to give a shout out there, to Sheikah Mom Akbar and the crew, Dynamite and what have you, there out of South Carolina, great work of what they're doing. And they had a Zoom set up yesterday, and I couldn't make it to meet because I had work, got to make a living, and what have you. And just letting them know the best time to get in touch with me for that is Mondays and Tuesdays. Okay, that's generally, when I have my weekend, my 2 days off. And then I got to go check on some more medical appointments on me. See how much longer I might have or don't have, you know what I mean? So other than that, it's out here in Sin City. They're getting ready to have a big fight coming up between Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence Jr. Okay, and it's going to be the biggest fight since Ray Leonard Thomas Hearns won. So you're going to have a whole lot of sinners coming to Sin City and some more,
Yeah.
And what have you.
Man.
Yeah.
120 tomorrow.
120?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I might have to end this here early, because I might have to go to bed, say at about 11 my time, so I can wake up at 6 my time, so I can get out there and work, up to probably about 10 a.m. and then call it a day because I know it's hot today. And I had to shut down early from work today. But hey, the sun, hey, it gives life. You know what I'm saying? And what happened? You need the sun, And, what's his name was trying to, ain't they got some type of bullshit that they're trying to put up there, man, them space cowboys to block out the sun?
Yeah,
I think I heard something about that. Yeah.
that's
Yeah, yeah,
Beam.
which is the most diabolical thing that they could
Very
do.
much.
But getting to Biden and his senile ass, I can understand why everybody don't want the dump man no more and the panties in Florida, the governor of Florida. But even Biden said way back in 1977 that he was against integration, but he did not want his children going to the same schools as Sioux children or
He
something
didn't want
to
to
that
integrate children into a jungle.
Right. Yeah. See, So, but as you said, when it comes to voting, demand something tangible for your vote.
Right. So back
You see what I'm saying?
that way. So
Hold
back
on, real quick. Real fast. Just because I need to ask. This is the 7th month, correct?
yes.
Yeah, this is July. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Carry on. Thank you. I was just wondering.
So yeah, back in 2020, brother by the name of Tariq and She, shout out to Tariq and She, and the Hidden History Museum out in LA, came up with the hashtag 2020, and in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning foundational Black Americans, are gonna demand from the two-party system.
Right.
So nothing's changed besides the year. Everything remains the same. The only thing that's different is the year. So
Yeah.
2024.
And what it is
Hold on, Shabaki.
yes, sir.
So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms.
Right.
Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2024 election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote.
Right.
Black Americans want tangible benefits, specific to us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who are often assisting the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2023, it's Tangibles 2023. And next year, it'll be Tangibles 2024, all the way up to 2100. Black family, demand something tangible for your vote. The days are over of us voting. The days are over of them fear mongering us into voting. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda is the Black agenda, and that cause is reparations, $100 trillion.
Yes, sir.
Past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people by this corporation, U.S. government, the United States government.
Right. And then also, too, keep in mind is that the Federal Reserve is not the central bank of the United States. The Federal Reserve is a private corporation that does a whole lot of moving and shaking. And with the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank, which is a good thing, okay, is because we should not be having no sympathy for no Bezos, no sympathy for no Zuckerbergs, no sympathy for the people over there at YouTube as well, too, is for the simple fact is that you clowns are trying to push an agenda that is not favorable to Black people in America, people of African descent, foundational Black Americans, and what have you. Your agenda is not beneficial to us, and we don't give a damn about Hancock, Eric Adams, the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Brass, you know what I'm saying? London Bridge, you know what I mean? And what have you, because you assholes are selling us down the toilet and you getting paid, you know, idiots like Terrell and Elder, see, they get paid for that bullshit, just like our colleague down there out of New Orleans at State, you know, who had checked Joe Wilson as well, too. And Joe Wilson, and not Joe Wilson, Joe Gibson, my bad. Joe Gibson, okay. Joe Gibson, which you are, we've been on your show, you've been on ours, man, and ain't nothing changed, okay? And just like this one brother, the Renaissance man, who I check out on TikTok, he has always stated that, you know, these white folks keep coming up on his inbox, and he tells them straight out, just leave him the fuck alone. He don't want to be bothered with you. Straight out. So I respect the Renaissance man. It's because, as the Renaissance man said back when that Joe Gibson bullshit, well, we got to be against the elite. We got to be against the elite. You don't have no Black elite. Okay? Right. You don't have no Blacks that are part of the elite. What it is, as Professor P.L.O. Lumumba says, that we got to unite Africa with the whole diaspora. You see what I'm saying? And then that will be the power shift. You know, and you got to keep, you know, China from taking a damn silicon out of it. Or, as commonly referred to in the popular film series, the vibranium. The vibranium is the silicon.
Yeah, so
between the two.
Getting back to the tangibles, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on tangibles 2023, tangibles 2024?
Oh, absolutely. They're greatly needed, and we demand the tangibles is because, you know, we built your country, the United States, if not the whole damn Western Hemisphere. You see, when you came there and invaded our continent, you know, took advantage of our kindness for weakness, and then you came in there with divide and conquer technique, the same thing that you did to the Native American people here, what they commonly refer to as the United States. You divide and conquer technique. Your first form of biochemical warfare is when the European was giving the indigenous people of America blankets with smallpox. Then you go violate their women. And then you go try to exterminate them. Then when you check out the Trail of Tears, where they march these people all the way from places like Tennessee, Kentucky, all the way out here to the west. And keep in mind, they made them walk. They made them walk. Same way they used to do when they captured runaway slaves, like in California or any of the free states or what have you. They made them walk back to the plantation, made them walk barefooted. They say, and then of course, you know, the travesties with Gory Island. They say, and as a commentator, one of our contributors who did the story on Shabaka's Black Experience, that stated that they were force marched to Gory Island. Rather, they were captured, you know, in Eastern Africa, force marched to the west. Rather, they were captured, you know, like they're on the Atlantic side, force marched to Gory Island. And then, Madam Vice President, you know, you deserve the Oscar for that line of bullshit that you had projected, you know, from them. And then also, too, a shout out there to President Museveni, who told the United States well, look, man, we're not in the fuck boys here, okay? So you may take your aid and leave. In
Right.
fact, and insist that they did, okay? And more power to them also, too. What's happening with France? Fuck France, okay? Because you were colonizers as well. You see what I mean? Okay? And, and we cannot sit up here advocating loving our open enemy. We can't do that. That's not intelligent. That's not smart. Because the white man comes with divide and conquer technique. You see? So therefore, so fools who say, well, you sold your own people into slavery. And Dr. Barnes agreed with me when I stated that those who did the selling of our people, they were captured as well, too. So there's a lot of black folks up there who say, oh, man, Africans were sold into slavery, which is the biggest goddamn lie going on. So it's a divide and conquer technique. The same process was duplicated here on the continent of North America as well, too. You see, just like what the Portuguese did down in Brazil. They didn't outlaw slavery in Brazil to 1894.
Well, that's where majority of the Africans that were brought from Africa were brought to, was Brazil. But Shabaka, let's hear from later. What are your thoughts on tangibles? Tangibles 2023, tangibles 2024.
Well, we've been stating it for so long. I would hope that at some point it resonates with our people that need to ask for tangibles from anybody seeking your vote as running for office. And that includes myself running for city council at large, and with no prior political experience. All I can say is that these are what I want to do. This is what I'm going to try to do, and this is what I'm hoping I'm going to succeed in doing. And by any means necessary. So that's what you could hope for me. Everything I say I want to do, I'm gonna do by any means.
Okay, you have plenty of time.
So that's how I feel about tangibles. You shouldn't want to give your money, your vote, your private parts, your family, anything, nothing away, without knowing what you're doing it for, having a cause, an agenda, a purpose, a fucking, for something tangible, not for symbolic. Just because they're white and they say so, that has to be the thing you need to do. You're so complacent in your laziness that you don't want to come outside the box and look at something different or think critically, because God forbid, what would anybody think? You know what I mean? You don't want to wake up. You just think that it's okay to just go ahead and sleep and not do no research, not read, not listen to everything around you, not look into things for yourself. You're just gonna go off of what everybody else said. You might as well jump off the bridge too. So I believe in asking for tangibles, especially when it comes to us. When we see black politicians, we gotta ask them, what exactly are they gonna do specifically for black people? What do they think about reparations? How do they feel about reparations? What are they going to bring to the city that you live in regards to lineage-based reparations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What exactly are they going to do for that particular city in regards to foundational Black Americans that live there? And how long is it going to take? Don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a motherfucking time frame, realistic time frame. Not, we sit here and watch politicians leave office after 12 years, and they did shit.
24 years, really.
24 years.
Yeah,
So, he was in there that long?
24 years.
He was in there 24 years?
He was in city government for 24 years, yes.
How long was he the fucking mayor, Jesse? Let's be realistic.
He was the mayor for 12 years. And he was
there we go. Mayor for 12 years. So, for 12 years, didn't do shit for black people except fucking be a sellout and look how he's leaving it. You know what I mean? He's giving you the big fuck you, city of Denver, right? So now that y'all placed a white man up there, thinking he gonna save you, silly ducks. What are you expecting from this white man? What is this white man going to do specifically for black people? Foundational Black Americans in the city of Denver. Inquiring minds want to know. We already know the answer. Same shit he did when he was in Park Hill and how he left Park Hill. If we really want to look at Park Hill now, it doesn't look that enticing.
No, absolutely.
So, you know what I'm saying?
And then,
ask even the white ones what the fuck they're gonna do specifically for foundational Black Americans in the city that you live in. What the fuck are they gonna? What are they gonna do about reparations in the city you live in? We even asked the black ones, and they think that they're doing everything humanly possible, when in fact they ain't done shit. Don't nobody know nothing about it, and they ain't gonna do shit. Shout out to the man running for mayor who's black. You know what I mean? We heard you. We heard you loud and clear. Loud and clear with our black ears, and we saw you with our black eyes. See what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to say
yeah.
afraid also black family to say that to them. That you ain't gonna do shit because you ain't about shit. And if you were gonna do some shit, you would have already be on this shit. Instead of uncodified and uninvolved and thinking, oh, we gotta include everybody. No, the fuck we don't, black family. Don't be afraid to say it. No, the fuck.
And then
Go ahead, Shabaka.
And then on top of it, and on top of it, and like you said, and don't bite your tongue about it either. You see what I'm saying? Because this is an extremely serious issue. Now, when we look at idiots like Gutfeld and this house nigga tyrants and what have you, them other. Yeah. I can't even say they brain dead.
Why Fox News allows that fucking racist fucking rhetoric to go on, and then have the audacity to have motherfuckers on there talking shit about anybody talking about black empowerment or anything black, and they have the audacity to have racist fucking shit, and then turn around and be like, oh, you're hurting the LGBTQ's feelings. Oh, you're hurting this feeling. Everybody's so fragile.
I could care less
white rhetoric
about the LGBTQ community.
Right?
Yeah, see, I could care less about it.
I know.
You see? And the reason being is because, excuse the expression, next thing you know, it will be against the law for a man to like pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then just to go to show you the Eurocentric confusion of that bullshit, how are you going to confuse the crack of a man's ass with a woman's womb? And how are you going to justify that shit?
I put that out there this last show on the RVA. I did a little segment where it was a reaction from another podcast, and they were talking about transgender breastfeeding, right? And we went through the whole thing. And I got really upset, and I was like, I don't really give a fuck what anybody thinks, but I had to break it down with the natures of science, and the nature of being a woman, and what women, what those things are that women carry around, to what kind of necessity they are to actual babies, okay, versus a man plugging up his pectoral muscle with a silicone plastic thing inside of it and trying to go ahead and pump some sort of fluid that's enhanced with all sort of hormonal shit that he's taking, right? Into an adopted brand new baby's, ingestion system, and how wrong that was. And I was like, go ahead and call me an asshole, but let's test the theory. If I'm wrong, shit, fuck it, whatever. Yeah. But let's test the theory that whatever that man is pumping in to this kid that doesn't even belong to him genetically. Let's see how fucked up that shit is. You're basically changing your baby or that baby like you're trying to change yourself.
Yeah,
Women
exactly.
don't do that. Women provide nutrients and sustenance and great brain energy, growing fucking matter, and intestinal fucking, the protections. Okay, when they're providing nutrients and sustenance to brand new babies, because that's the way nature made it. Not this shit. Yeah. God forbid. They're just it's a vanity thing. I can breastfeed. No, the fuck you can't. You're a man. A man has pectoral muscles. No, even if there are mammary glands, that is meant to make milk to feed a baby. It's just the way it is. Men have pectoral muscles, little muscles underneath the little tissue. That's it's only meant to get so big as a man. It's like less than a half a cup. Less than your hand. It's only as big as it's meant to be. Okay, you can lift weights and lifts up whatever, but you're not supposed to put a fucking plastic titty inside of it and then plug that shit up onto a brand new baby that doesn't belong to you and think that you're gonna fucking provide it sustenance. Well, it's laying up against your. Look, you want to bond with your kid as a man? Go ahead, man. Hold your baby close. Put the bottle up. There's nothing wrong with men bonding. That's what they do. It's not necessarily fucking feeding, lactating. That's a woman's thing. We're not taking away. I said I'm not taking away from a man. You want to get close? You want to fucking put your baby close to your chest? Who am I to stop you? Just don't plug your fucking your man breasts that are meant to be for men, and think you're providing sustenance that's gonna protect its insides, help it grow its brain, feed its food. No, come on, guys, that's wrong. It's a vanity thing. You got this shit all twisted up, and all it's saying is, fuck your mother. You just basically fucked your mother.
Yeah, well, they're doing away with mothers and fathers altogether.
They don't realize they came into the world.
Exactly. They're calling us or calling them birthers.
Yeah, we're just birthers or breeders or whatever. Okay, fine. But it's you calling us bad names that want to be like us so badly. Okay? Yeah, who knew you wanted to be a breeder so much? Or a birther? Since we're so bad and so wrong, you gonna kiss your mother with that mouth too? You old fucking weirdo? Where do you think you came from? A fucking Cabbage Patch? Stop it! You're just saying that your mother, you have a mother or a father that did the magical thing, and here you grew you inside the little worm of it, went through the birth canal, what. You didn't have any of that.
You have a fucking belly button.
That's fucking weird. Like you're weird. Everybody knows you come through the birth canal.
And you have a belly button. Yeah. Means that you are attached to the placenta.
Right. It's long cord.
Yeah, the umbilical cord.
Kicking around and swimming, listening to your mother fight on the outside or whatever they're doing. Okay, but you're in there. You're inside of an oven and a bag of water. You're fucking just enjoying yourself until you come out and you see the light. What the fuck do they think?
Trey, we got to move on to the next topic. Does you have anything else to say that's tangible?
Tangible. Don't feed your brand new children with men breasts. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Just don't do it, okay? It's weird. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So demand something tangible, Black family. Period.
Like a woman.
Yes, sir. And if I may say here before we move on to the next subject, is that we got to start controlling our own banking systems as well too. Okay, it's because of France, on the verge of happening what has happened in France. It would be great to see the same thing in London, as well too. A ragged ass city called Brussels. That's where your boy King Leopold was from. You know what I mean? And we got to keep emphasizing is that the continent of Africa, Kibalan, or whatever, that continent, that's due east of Brazil, which is due south of Europe, which is due west of Asia. That continent, that's what I'm talking about.
The only continent that does not move, like literally Africa to the planet, it does not move. All the other continents move around it, but it does not move.
Okay. All righty. Okay. And then too,
I gotta move us on, Shabaka. So what's left on the tangibles?
Okay, last on the tangibles is controlling our own infrastructures, business-wise, health-wise, political-wise, and natural resource-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely.
And $100 trillion. And $100 trillion in tangibles and not a fucking dime less. Period.
That's why they're scared, Shabaka. 5-10 years ago, this was a joke. Now they're scared. That's why you
Oh
have
yeah,
Bill
because
and others trying to mock it, but it's like, nah, y'all need to pay what the hell y'all owe. Y'all keep talking about
right, exactly.
so and
The fuck they
we can
scared
move
for?
along.
They be giving money away like it's
Slavery out the history books. You're outlawing CRT, even though that's a college course. It's not even taught in K.
Right, exactly.
they have this white
Right.
fragility and fucking everybody's emotional and sensitive and shit. And if you really want to think about it, what the fuck are they really scared for? They've been giving out money left hand over fucking fist for decades,
Yeah,
left and right, left and fucking right for everybody
Oh
behind
yes,
the
yes,
foundation of Black
indeed,
America. And you know,
indeed.
and then they got everybody has the right to fucking be upset and when I speak about certain things, but especially when it comes to indigenous, we see a lot of things that are led on Hispanic and
me and
nature.
Shabaka were talking about that before, but
You know
I got to move us on. We're still waiting on you, Jim Crow Biden supporters. Yes,
Right.
your
Yeah.
boy Jim Crow Joe lied about Black unemployment. You know, historically, Black
Mhm.
people know that unemployment is always low in the Black community, and that's by systematic design. And
Yeah.
they trying to take that out the history books.
Yeah.
So yeah, he lied about the unemployment rate. So we're gonna go in on that real quick. Got a video from I want to say PD Hip Hop.
Oh, that's what you sent me. That's what that was.
Yeah,
I didn't even open that shit.
you should have. I said you should. Shout out to TD Hip Hop.
I probably won't even
If
open it or watch it when you show it.
the president of the United States seeking re-election, then one of the best ways to lie and manipulate Black Americans into voting for you is by citing Black unemployment statistics. If you pay attention, just about every president claims to have had record low Black unemployment rates. And to a degree, they wouldn't be lying to you. Technically, they are correct, but how do they come up with these numbers? Is it by way of a rough average throughout the entirety of their presidency? No, that's not it at all. What they do is that they take the best month of their tenure and present it to you as if that one month was the entirety of their presidency when it was not. Many of you remember Donald Trump was running around touting that he had record low Black unemployment rates. And technically, that was a fact. As you can see here in this NPR article titled Fact Check Trump Touts Low Unemployment Rates for African Americans, it reads off in a section called Long Answer. Trump is right that African American unemployment hit a record low in December. The unemployment rate for Black Americans is currently 6.8%, the lowest level recorded since the government started keeping track in January of 1972. So, yes, technically, Donald Trump was right. Now, he doesn't get credit for it because he's Donald Trump, but technically, he was correct. But mind you, this was not the entirety of Donald Trump's presidency. This was simply the month of December of 2018. So, this one month in this one year, African American unemployment hit a record low. And off that December 2018 statistic alone, Trump will repeat to you over and over again how he had record low Black unemployment rates when he was president. And now Joe Biden, his supporters, and his surrogates are doing the same exact thing concerning the April jobs report. Back in April, many of Biden's supporters and surrogate were touting record Black unemployment rate to the tune of 4.7%. Which, as highlighted by Brian Krasenstein, the Black unemployment rate is the lowest ever. But what's interesting about this April jobs report, where they're citing record low Black unemployment, is that at the same time that that statistic came out from the jobs report, what you weren't told is that Black workers comprised of 90% of the unemployment spike in April. So once again, The April jobs report stated that Black unemployment rate was at a record low, yet massive Black unemployment was on the rise at the same time in the same month. And those trends have continued all the way up until this very moment. But first, let's dive into this article by The Hill titled Black Workers Comprise 90% of Recent Unemployment Spike, Data Shows. A new Bureau of Labor Statistics report published Friday found that Black Americans make up nearly 90% of those who are unemployed in the United States since April. Black workers made up about 267,000 out of 300,000 new unemployment cases this spring, the report says. That in and of itself is mind-blowing. I don't even understand how that's possible. Out of 300,000 new unemployment cases throughout the entirety of America, you're telling me 267,000 of those, 90% were Black workers? That is crazy, but I digress. The current unemployment rate of the demographic sits at 6%, nearly twice the rate of white employment, which sits at 3.1%. April marked record lows in unemployment among Black Americans, and the month also had the smallest gap between Black and white employment, a key factor used to track economic inequality. If conditions continue to weaken or even accelerate, the gains won by Black workers and other vulnerable groups could diminish quickly. William Rogers, director of St. Louis Fed's Institute of Economic Equity, told Bloomberg. And now, as this article here from CNBC shows, after that April jobs report was released, every month since then, Black unemployment has been on the rise, as you can see here in this CNBC article titled, "The Unemployment Rate Among Black Workers Increased in June for the second month in a row."
Can you hear me?
Overall, the unemployment rate last month was 3.6%, a 0.
Yes, Lady Shay, what's going on?
I was wondering if you could hear me because I went to the other side of the room. That's all.
Yes.
I was just wondering because I'm over here.
0.1 percentage point decrease.
On
Yes.
my usual spot.
Okay, yes, we can hear you, Shay.
Okay.
Increase from May, the U.S. Department of Labor reported Friday. However, Black workers saw their unemployment rate rise to 6% in June from 5.6% in May, making it the second consecutive monthly increase. So wait a minute. We've gone from record low unemployment, 4.7% in April, to 5.6% in May and 6% in June, because the trend of Black workers finding themselves unemployed in mass to the tune of 90% continued since the April jobs report came out, when they claimed Black Americans were experiencing record low unemployment rates. But you see, you'll never find that out if you're just watching mainstream media and listening to Vote Blue No Matter Whoers like Brian Krasenstein on Twitter. They will never tell you the truth about Black unemployment and the fact that these numbers in and of themselves fluctuate up and down regularly every month and mean nothing as it pertains to what a president is or is not doing for you. Because as we go back to the NPR article that we started with, which explained that Donald Trump did have record low African American unemployment, they state here in the short answer portion, Trump's numbers are right, but it's generally a stretch for presidents to take credit for job creation. It's a stretch. Why? Because these numbers fluctuate up and down so much that it is almost borderline impossible to be able to gauge what the numbers will look like on a month-by-month basis. This month you have record low Black unemployment, but by the next month, you'll see that 90% of unemployment cases, 267,000 out of 300,000, are Black Americans. Stop letting these folks lie to you and manipulate you with statistics and data. And this is not to say that statistics and data should never be taken seriously. That is not what I'm saying at all. But as it specifically pertains to unemployment numbers. They fluctuate too much on a month-by-month basis for them to be taken seriously as a gauge for what a president is or isn't doing for you. So please don't be fooled by them. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make
Yeah, shout out to TD Hip Hop.
Yeah.
If you haven't subscribed to TD Hip Hop, please make sure you do. So what are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Yes, sir. Okay, systemically, you know, as they've prevented a lot of our people doing a great migration to the north out of the south from being members of trade unions like masons, carpenters, electrical workers, pipe fitters, what have you. Okay, that they had contributed, you know, to the unemployment as well too. Now, the unemployment rate, due to them recalling affirmative action, okay, is going to contribute even more to Black unemployment. So to countermand that is the more reason for us to start having Black innovation, not only here in the U.S., but throughout the whole diaspora. Okay, we got to have Black innovation to provide jobs for our own community. And then what it is, as Professor P.L.O. Lumumba was saying in his great lectures, this is why the whole continent of Africa and the diaspora must be reunited. Okay, later for the board, sue your colonizer, you know what I'm saying? What's happening in France is beautiful, you know what I mean? Brussels, Belgium, they can kiss our asses as well too, the atrocities that they had committed under that savage by the name of Leopold. Also to Joe Biden, him and his dope fiend son, they need help. You know what I'm saying? You know, his son is on drugs, leaving shit in the White House, you know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Then, you know, Hunter Biden, you know, child
Find out.
property.
They still don't know where that cocaine came from that they found in the West Wing.
Now, my question is, now hold on. Now, here's my question. Now, this is in the White House, right? Okay. How come there's no investigation of whose shit it is, and how come no arrests have been made? Well, sure, but when that shit hit the Black community, that sure did lead to massive incarceration under your Clinton regime. Okay, Barack Obama. Okay, Barack Obama.
And
Exactly. And then not to mention the fact that one thing I will say about old Slick Willie, when he did run in 1992, it is said there should be more respect, you know, for Black people. But however, old Slick Willie had signed in, you know, your federal crime bill endorsed by, you guessed it, you know, number 40, because you know what I'm saying?
Democrats have to be tougher on crime than the Republicans. And see, this whole family, it's like a pendulum, like every 20, 40 years, it switches back and forth, right? So this was a lash for the so-called civil rights gains that we had gained in the 60s that are now benefiting everybody but us.
Exactly. You see, so what it is, as we have stated, is that is us against everybody, because one thing that the Democrats have in common, these other quote-unquote ethnic minorities have in common, is hatred of Black people. You see what I'm saying? We understand. We feel sorry for you because you blister in the sun, you know, like reptilians. You see what I'm saying? You know, we thank the Almighty, you know what I'm saying? You know, well, we could sit out here at 120-degree temperature and don't get no sunburn. I ain't got to use no sunscreen. Don't get me wrong, the heat's kicking my ass. But my skin ain't blistering.
Right.
Only thing it's doing is getting enriched. You know, you need the sun. That's vitamin D. So you got to have the sun. Now, these assholes like Gates, you know, who belongs in jail, okay, but he's got everybody bought. He's trying to block off the goddamn sun. Why? Why you want to block off the sun, man? You know what I'm saying? And as Dr. Mike Adams had said, and hopefully Dr. Adams is okay, because Dr. Mike Adams, you know, a white fella who came out and stated that these GMOs are specifically targeting the reproductive glands and procedures of Black women. You see what I'm saying? Yes. His name is Dr. Mike Adams. You see, he also, would let it be known that Monsanto, with these GMOs, when the spores blow off of one plant onto the other through one of the world's greatest wind tunnels called the San Joaquin Valley, where, where 85% of America's produce comes from. The spores blow, say, from, let's say, Tulare, California, then they blow up there to Stockton, California, and those crops that those spores have landed on just became the property of Monsanto. You see, now you got this, and now you got this high-tech terrorist by the name of Bill Gates who's trying to buy up all the farmland to make synthetic food.
They just acquired, so Monsanto just acquired Bayer a few years back. So now they don't only have access to the food, they have access to the medicine as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, because there was a brother who was doing it. I think Dr. Umar Johnson had gave out a lecture on that. You see, and systemically, Black man and woman is us versus everybody. You see what I mean? It would be nice. I mean,
and since day one on Front Line Blacc News, it's FBA versus everyone.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Called ones that we claim are brothers in the struggle, they just coming over here to get the bag. The ones they're allowing over here, because I can't say all of Keebelon is like that, but the ones they're allowing over here are like that. Like they vet their coons at customs.
Yeah.
So they let the coons in. Those that's on the coon train get in, and those that's on the revolutionary chain get sent back.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? It's because they want us on a collective basis, ladies and gentlemen, okay, to be totally subservient to them, and we owe that to our ancestors not to be. Okay, now, just like when Q did his thing on the Amistad, okay, and we sold each other into slavery, and that there was the king's son. So why would the king sell his own son into slavery? See, this shit don't add up. They came with divide and conquer techniques. See, just like what they did here in the United States, divide and conquer. You see what I mean? And then the sad part about it is that when they told so many of our people, well, you join the Union Army, you'll be free. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. You know, they don't even want to recognize the Buffalo soldiers.
Nope.
You know? Now, imagine if the Buffalo soldiers decided to do what the Black Panthers did 100 years later. Ain't that something? Civil War ended, what's that, 1866, 1966, you know, you had the Black Panther Party. You see what I mean? You know? And then another thing is, too, if we're so bad and we're so evil and what have you, why do you white men want to go rape our women? You know, off the plantation system, thinking this bullshit, you know, it's supposed to be the natural order of things. Then the white woman go tells the Black man, well, if he didn't fuck her, she was to say that he had raped her. So the brother was damned if he do, damned if he don't. Yeah, Shabaka Sankori said that. And the number to call in, if you want to bitch, moan, and complain about it, is 516-418-5996. You can call us Tuesday night, and you can call us Friday morning. You know what I'm saying? And then you could even inbox me on the like page, Shabaka's Black Experienced Enhanced, you know, with all your hate mail, saying that you want to come on there, you want to debate, we'll be more than happy to have you. But one thing that we will not do, we don't bite our tongue, we're not gossip bosses, and we don't scratch our ass. Just as long as you understand that, you can say any damn thing you want, as long as you're respectful. And when you get disrespectful, we will kick your ass off the air. We're making it plain. You could disagree with us all you want, but you will be respectful. And then those of you with other platforms, like Joe Gibson and what have you, and Sarge and whatnot, when you all cuss me out, the Piankis is, well, too, when you all cuss me out, the only thing you're doing is proving my point. And our point here at Front Line Blacc News, even more so. But if I'm going to sit up here and call black woman a B word, you would love to hear that. If black woman is going to sit up there and get on that platform talking about how much they hate black men, you would love that. But if we talk about black men and black women getting together and a black family being rebuilt, no, you guys are a bunch of black racists and all that. Motherfucker, there ain't no such thing as a black racist because we're in no political position. We're in no economical position. We're in no military position to emphasize any type form of black racism. See? And then even when the Black Panther Party originated, the original Black Panther Party in 1966, if you check out a lot of their principles and what have you, it was based in your U.S. Constitution. But what did you guys do? Made policing more aggressive. What did that senile fuck who's rotting in that grave up there in Ventura County, Ronald Reagan? Oh no, they're public enemy number one. Oh no, there's no reason why anybody should be walking down the streets with a loaded gun. But you allow your race soldiers to go out there with loaded guns, military assault type weapons, 3 and 4 type of guns.
Yeah, it's like I said. It was a
the hypocrisy is real.
It was a white lash for the Civil Rights Act of '64.
Yeah, you see, and then I got a question. Now this is really gonna fuck up these alphabetized motherfuckers. Now, true enough, you had a lot of people die in the Civil Rights movement. You had some old whites who participated in the Civil Rights movement that got fucked off. Like, let's look at Viola Louisa. Okay. Now, what would she say if she said that if she was to come back, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Civil Rights movement, for all these alphabetized motherfuckers, and then with her being a woman for a grown-ass man to call himself as a woman, see, that is woman abuse. Okay? That is woman abuse, Silicon Game Valley. That is woman abuse for a damn dude to sit up there and say he's going to go into the woman's restroom. Now, you just jeopardize every woman in there. And I advocate that every woman, when you go into a restroom and if they got that type of bullshit and they have you a weapon, have you a knife or whatever, and then when that dude finally realizes that he likes pussy after all, kill his ass to defend yourself. Okay, because what is that there, Brother Che? We did a story about a year ago where a transgender dude got transferred to a woman's prison and he raped 3 women there.
Yep, knocked up 2.
Yeah, exactly. You see? So he likes pussy after all. He's just a confused ass motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? And this is not hatred. I'm just being real for me. With me being an old bastard, I've been around the solar returns plus 50 years. So I'm just going by off of shit that I've lived through. And then also, too, once again, Queen Mother, if you're out there, and if you hear us, Queen Mother, we know you're going through difficult circumstances. You most definitely have our condolences on the loss and the recent passing of your brother, Matula. And we all know who we're talking about. We're talking about Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. Yes, rest in power.
Matula was her brother.
Or yes.
Yeah.
We did a whole.
And by the way, too, let it be known. And then her solar return is coming up, where the Queen Mother will be 76. She's coming up on her 76th solar return. So if anybody who's in her inner circle hears us, or if she's able to hear us herself, happy solar return to you, Sister Asada, and we definitely appreciate the great sacrifice that you made, ma'am, and we definitely do believe in your innocence. We definitely do believe in your innocence. Okay, because you was out there exercising your rights that you had stated, and you are a small woman. And what I mean by small, I mean big in spirit. But the Queen Mother, I believe, is only like about 5'2", and she only weighed no more than 140 pounds, wringing wet. So how was she a threat, to some damn 250-pound race? So just the whole case stinks.
Yeah, it does. Very.
Yeah, that whole case stinks. Oh, and by the way, and thank President Obama, who put the additional $1 million bounty on her head at the federal level, just like that punk ass Governor Christie of New Jersey had said, and then and they kept referring to her by her slave name, which we do not recognize. They need to leave her alone. She is innocent. Okay. That case is tainted, just like the case y'all had against Dr. Newton in Oakland in 1967. Okay. See, and this is more reason, for the tangibles, the gross injustices against us. You know what I'm saying? You even had those of our people who died in defense of your U.S. Constitution. Look how you mistreated us. And then let's look at how you mistreated World War I soldiers who came back, where y'all went out and lynched them. Let's look at the case.
The double ball, Sabaka, but
yes, sir.
From Lady Che, Lady Che, is laying down. Is there any way you can join us on the tablet?
Okay, yeah, I see Lady Che looking like she's asleep. Lady Che, wake up. Look like she's gone to sleep. Oh, Lady Che. Yeah, it looked like she fell asleep. Okay. All right, so what's our next subject?
Damn. The next topic is Biden ignores black farmers and puts illegal immigrants ahead of them.
Oh, yeah, another major blow. Okay, you see, so therefore they've been still trying to get our slave labor back, you know what I mean? And taking away, a factor of production, which is land, from black farmers and what have you. And I believe, the crew down there at New Black Power Radio are addressing that issue there because they are trying to take a woman's land there in South Carolina.
Oh,
that,
yeah. That's one of the topics, Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
So Jim Crow Joe is back at it again.
Right.
This time with the black farmers. Shout out to Chitty Hip Hop.
At the top of this year, I reported on a story occurring in Mississippi, to which employers were discriminating against black farm workers by hiring white farm workers from South Africa by way of H-2A visas, importing them into the United States to these Mississippi farmlands and paying them more money than they were paying the black workers. Now, normally what you hear is the complete opposite. You hear immigrants being imported into the country to undercut wages. But in this particular case in Mississippi, white South African farmers were brought into Mississippi to work the same jobs that black workers were working, but they were given more money. Now, fortunately for these brothers, a lawsuit was filed and they were able to settle out and get their money, but it should have never gotten to that point to begin with. And in my opinion, it is extremely important to keep up with this type of news and to always deliver follow-ups concerning this type of information, because what I want to do is put to bed and put to rest this racist lie that Black Americans simply just don't want to work and that immigrants come into the country doing the job that Black workers don't want to do. That is a lie. Now, what we're going to get into today as an update on this story is what the Labor Department found when they did their own investigation. So today, I'll be reading from an AP News article titled, Mississippi Farms Pay Overdue Wages for Favoring Immigrants Over Local Black Workers, agency says. 44 farms in Mississippi exploited local Black workers by paying higher wages to immigrants who were in the United States on temporary work visas, the U.S. Labor Department said Wednesday. The department announced it completed investigations that it began last year in the rural flatlands of Mississippi Delta, one of the poorest areas in the United States. The 44 farms included catfish growers and operations that raise crops such as rice, soybeans, and corn. They have paid $505,540 in back wages for 161 workers, plus $341,838 in civil penalties, the department said. Once again, congratulations to those brothers for getting their money.
Yes.
I am very happy to see that. The outcome of these investigations that employers in the Mississippi Delta denied a large number of marginalized workers their lawful wage, the rights of U.S. workers by giving temporary guest workers preferential treatment, said Audrey Hall, District Director of the Wage and Hour Division in Jackson, Mississippi. The Labor Department announced its findings 6 months after 2 agricultural businesses in the Delta settled lawsuits filed on behalf of local Black farm workers over claims that farms hired white laborers from South Africa and paid them more than the local Black employees for the same type of work. The Labor Department said Wednesday that its investigation found employers violated several requirements of the H-2A visa program, including by failing to pay the required wages to U.S. workers in jobs similar to those held by immigrants. The department also said the farms did not disclose all conditions of employment, failed to provide accurate anticipated hours of work and bonus opportunities, made illegal pay deductions, failed to provide required reimbursements for travel expenses, and failed to comply with record-keeping requirements. Mississippi Center of Justice filed one of the lawsuits that was settled last year. The center collaborated with the Labor Department to protect the exploited workers, said Juan Correa, the department's Atlanta-based regional administrator. Hall praised the local Black farm workers for speaking out about the problems. The courage they showed has helped workers across the Delta finally receive their long overdue wages, Hall said. So once again, congratulations to these brothers for getting their just due and getting what they're owed. The reason for me updating you all on this is so that you can use this as evidence that the idea that immigrants work jobs that Black Americans are unwilling to work is simply a lie. And this is just one of many examples that prove that lie to be nothing but foolishness. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you'll be notified whenever I release a new video.
All right, what are your thoughts on that, Shabaki?
Okay, once again, land being a factor of production. I'm very glad that those brothers prevailed on that, and we need to acquire more land, particularly in the southern United States, is because that there's our stronghold. Okay, now if we can get a stronghold out here in the West, okay, and get some of the farmland in California, I say that there would be great also. You see, so what we got to have is we got to have a coordinated solidarity, not only of us here in the United States, but throughout the whole diaspora. Okay, we got to. That is the key to our survival, is because everybody hates us. Okay, it's us against everybody. And from what I witnessed in my 60 solar terms, on this planet, it's very, very sad that the Black family unit has been shattered. It's very, very sad due to hiding by mass incarceration bill that Clinton signed into law, these Democrats, okay? Now, the repubs or the reptilians, okay, the reptilians, Republicans, okay. See, they tell you where they coming from, like your Kyrie, your dump, as in human shit. The dude that wears the panties in Florida. Yeah, Governor, the panties. I'm calling you a punk. I think you wear women's underwear, okay? And I think you're an insecure punk, okay? Now, the thing that they have always feared here, ever since the Haitian Revolution, is a black insurrection, okay? It's because in Haiti, as it is pronounced properly, they did not say we shall overcome. They did not say let's march together to the table. They simply ran their asses up out of there, is what they did by any means necessary. And the French were some of the most brutal of the slave trades. Okay, the French, the Dutch, these were the most brutal of the slave trades. They were sadistic. You see what I mean? And then, like, when Hollywood made this bullshit movie called 12 Years as a Slave, and this brain dead ass nigga gets up here and says, oh man, well, I was free. And I was in the North and all that. And then his ass got caught up in that slave market, huh? And then the part that really pissed me off is where the scene was, where they beat this sister so bad, with that whip, and marked up her back and all this old type of shit. And they made him do it. And then the one who was quote unquote born free, okay. And then the slave master with his sadistic ass, he takes the whip from him and beats her even more. You see what I mean? And beats her even more. And
Yeah,
we're supposed to love these motherfuckers. Yeah, and we're supposed to love these motherfuckers, man. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Because the thing that they have always been in fear of is a black insurrection. But guess what, white America? You don't have nothing to worry about. It's because there's a new movie called Coons that's starring the majority of these niggas.
Yeah, so
yes, sir.
Shame on you, hiding Biden and your whole administration for how y'all doing the Blacc Farmers. I'm glad these brothers got their shit. This is ridiculous. I have an update. We did a few, almost a year ago, we did a show on Manson, Tennessee, and they were putting that Ford plant, the Tesla plant up, or they kept talking about, and they were going to eminent domain the residents, the black residents.
Right.
It looks like they're going to do it.
Oh, man.
Me clearly. America is not
a
racist country.
I would like to thank one of my subscribers, Jay Hurdell Paul, for this story. This is another eminent domain story, y'all. And we know who eminent domain is for. Us. So this time it's impacting black farmers because they want to build a Ford plant. Of course, it can't go nowhere else except for where our folks live. That's the only place it can go. These people are so full of crap, it ain't even funny. So let's get into this one. Black farmers have lived here for generations. Now a Ford plant is changing the landscape. Inette Wilkes has seen big changes in this tiny farm town of Staten Tennessee. Since Ford broke ground here last year with $5.6 billion elect.
Staten is just outside of Mason, so same part of Tennessee.
Okay, what state is this? In Tennessee?
Yeah, where the Ku Klux Klan was started.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Electric truck mega plant slated to bring thousands of jobs. Trucks filled with construction debris barreled down once a quiet country road with cranes and, yeah, all their noise, right? At lunchtime, hungry construction workers line up at Wilk's small business, a variety stop and go, eager for her to fry chicken and homemade lasagna. In another sign of change, Wilk said for sale signs are popping up on the surrounding area, and these are farmlands in these areas. As farmers look to cash in on the plans for the future development. So Ford is running these Black farmers off of their land that they've been on for generations. Wow. Some are from the area historically Black farming community, one of the last in Tennessee. Yeah, that's why they want to build there, because they want to get rid of it. Once they're gone, there is none. Okay, you don't have these Black farming communities anymore because they want to get rid of them. That's what they use eminent domain for. So we all know the changes are coming, Wilk said. It's going to look completely different here in a few years. While the Ford construction has been a boom for business owners like Wilk, not everyone is benefiting. Of course not. Of course not. In a push to build a new highway, isn't that familiar? Isn't that what happened to all these Black towns that used to be around here? They constructed all these highways. So they're putting in a highway and the Ford plant, and the family, including those families who owned their farmland here for generations, say the state is taking their land while offering them a fraction of what it's worth. Well, that's how eminent domain works. You know, and plus they don't want you to pass down generational wealth. That's why they will take your land and then undercut you in the cost for the land. They know the land is worth a hell of a lot more than what they're offering you, you know. So they will take the land, and then the whole property and everything all of a sudden, because it's in their hands, it jumps and doubles and triples and quadruple in value. Happens all the time.
And it's designed to do that.
Yeah.
And see,
and it's designed that
this
way.
is another reason for reparations. All of the eminent domain they have pulled on our people. When I was a child in Philly, they did this to a Black section of the community that was living over by the airport. Philadelphia International Airport decided they wanted to expand. They drove all these Black people off of their land because they wanted to expand the airport. And for years, the people tried to fight the city on it, and they ultimately got nothing for their homes. They got no compensation. They just took their homes, and that was it. And see, we can't forget things like this when it comes down to reparations.
Right.
And with younger generations reluctant to take over family farms, their numbers keep dwindling. Our farmers are expected to compete with mega farms today, and they just don't have the resources to do it. He said, we're facing extinction. A study last year published in the American Economic Association's Papers and Proceedings Journal found that Black farmers in the 20th century lost roughly $326 billion worth of acreage, according to the present day value. Yeah, and then when they want to take your land, they want to give you like pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
They know they're cheating you. They know they're cheating you. While they owned more than 16 million acres in 1910, the number had dropped to 4.7 million by 2017, accounting for less than 1% of the agricultural sales,
Wow.
according to the most recent consensus of agriculture. But this is how they do it. This is how they keep you. They use all this eminent domain, drive Black men and women off of their land, and it keeps you from having generational wealth to pass down. You know, you don't have nothing to pass down, and that's the way they want to keep it. But see, they'll do stuff like this and then try to tell us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. You know, that's why when I heard that from them the first time, I didn't listen to them. And when I hear that today, I don't listen to them.
You got background noise.
Haywood County has a Black population of over 50% and is about an hour east of Shelby County, home to Memphis. And the only other majority Black county remaining in Tennessee.
Wow.
Haywood is the only majority Black county. Agriculture has remained one of its important industries. Haywood had cotton industry on the slave before the Civil War. Planters hired formerly enslaved people as tenants, farmers. In 1939, the Farm Security Administration established the Haywood County Farm Project in Stanton to give Black families an opportunity to rent and eventually own small farms. About 39 families participated in the program. The community seat of Brownsville is quaint with historic buildings, but few job opportunities. So when Ford announced its plans for a mega site called Blue Oval City in nearby Stanton, the company was welcomed with open arms. So the project, the largest investment in Tennessee's history, is slated to transform the region with an estimated 27,000 new jobs, direct and indirect, and more than $1 billion in annual earnings for workers, according to state estimates. Blue signs saying, "Welcome, y'all," like you see in the picture. So these are in the windows of small businesses throughout Brownsville. You know, it's a shame that they can't keep these family farms because they're being driven off of their lands by a big corporation. And you're going to see this a lot more. They're going to actually start stepping this up. We have known they've been doing this for centuries to our people. And as we start getting closer to the end, they're going to start stepping up on this, taking Black land, build on it, take Black land, take more Black land, build it, get more Black. That's all. But you ever notice they make sure their property and land stays intact?
Yeah.
All about racism, y'all. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
That's why when I was running for mayor, I said I don't support eminent domain. It's been historically used against Black people.
And eminent domain just means is the state, the government, who's certain private interests, okay, to go seize land, which is a factor of production, without paying for it. Period. Period. You see? That's all what that is.
Yeah.
See? And then quite natural, of course, you know, they're trying to get all the land back from us that we had acquired in the South and what have you. So what it is, as you know, Brother Paris, the ethos, which is the group psychology of a given society, here in the United States, it's white supremacy.
Yeah.
Period. Everything else is bullshit, and I don't give a damn how they sugarcoat it. You see what I mean? And this is why, you know, on this platform that we've been doing for the last 2 years now, we have always emphasized that fact, and we'll continue to emphasize that fact. And that's why we are hated. This is why we are shadow banned, because we speak against the popular version of what is true.
Yeah.
Because what they still want to do is shit on us and tell us it's snow, piss on our heads and tell us it's rain. We refuse to do it. We can't. We owe that to all those that perished on the plantations and on the transatlantic slave trade and on the passage. Okay?
And then
also, too,
yeah, Shabaka, so I've got another topic, several more topics. The next topic is racism, white supremacy judge illegally dismisses the Tulsa Race Massacre Lawsuit in Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah. Now, that is a severe slap in the
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Shout out to Professor
my man.
PBT. If you haven't liked and subscribed to PBT, you definitely should. I've been following him for like 10 years. Everything he said is coming to fruition. Everything. So yeah, this is his moment of truth for 18. Racist judge illegally dismisses Tulsa Race Massacre Lawsuit.
In the legal profession, they have a saying: when the law is on your side, argue the law. When the facts are on your side, argue the facts. And when you have neither on your side, pound the table. When it comes to the Tulsa Race Massacre, the surviving victims unquestionably have the law and the facts all on their side. The enemy can't even pound the table on this one because they have nothing to say. So they're instead filing illegal rulings like this and hoping that Black people will become discouraged. The survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre are rightly seeking reparations, and we see that these white supremacists are doing the old "I'm white and I say so, laws be damned." The judge who's been presiding over this case just last year said that she agreed that the case should proceed forward. But we see that that was just a ploy by the Oklahoma GOP to keep the heat off of themselves during an election year. Because just last Friday, this same judge who ruled that the case had merit to move forward now suddenly changed her mind and decided to dismiss the case. And the reason, even days later, is still not made concretely known. But what is known is that she dismissed it with no legal basis to do so. This is one of the most egregious and blatant examples of "I'm white and I say so" in living memory. She dismissed the case with prejudice, which means that she declares that the case can't be filed again. Now, there was no legal basis given for this, just "I'm white and I say so." Though a lot of people have commented on how "with prejudice" perfectly describes this ruling and its motivation, this was not a judicial ruling at all. It was a racist political statement by a bigot on the bench. The strategy here is simple. The idea is that if this case is forced into the appellate division, hopefully it will languish there for years, if not decades, they hope, and that hopefully this will all just go away on its own. That's what they're doing. They're hoping that they can outlast the people who are demanding justice for the Tulsa Race Massacre. That's the goal here. They're hoping to bury it because they don't have any real basis for having denied taking this to trial, so they're using illegal maneuvers. The lawsuit was filed under the basis that the race massacre violated the state of Oklahoma's public nuisance law, which is a gross understatement. A race massacre violates the murder statutes and everything else, but this was a civil trial, not a criminal one. As the victim's lawyer put it, Oklahoma's state public nuisance law deals with if something interfered with someone's right to property, the use of their property, or destroyed or commits a crime by doing that. The Tulsa Race Massacre meets that definition 100%. And he's absolutely right. A white mob murdering a town of black people and destroying their property is a public nuisance, to say the least. But when you look at this racist white judge, if you can stomach it, you have to wonder how many of her family members took part in the Tulsa Massacre. As inbred as those racists are down there, it doesn't take much imagination to figure out that more than a few of her family and relatives were no doubt part of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and she's working to cover up their crimes. This racist hag tries to lie and claim that she's nonpartisan when it comes to her political affiliation, but she's publicly said that she's a constitutional conservative. Well, the constitutional part is a lie because she ignored the Constitution to manufacture this ruling. The victim's lawyers were right when he called the ruling completely against the law and said, "We think the law is very clear. No one disputes that the massacre happened. No one disputes that my clients suffered a great loss. No one disputes that their property was burned down. They're simply saying, we don't care." I would say, though, that this ruling goes way beyond merely not caring. This is a blatant statement of contempt. It is a statement of agreement and support and endorsement of the Tulsa Race Massacre. That's what this corrupt racist judge's ruling actually was. This is a complete ignoring of the law. Up until now, the usual lie that we heard from the anti-black racists is that, well, all of these things you black people keep pointing at, nobody alive today was harmed by slavery or any of these race massacres, something that they never say to Jews, Native Americans, Japanese.
Shabaka, I just got reminded that slavery ends in this country until the Civil War. There's slaves, no, past the Civil War, World War II. World War II was when the last slave was freed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they didn't know any better. Yeah. And they probably kept that slave down there, you know, for generations after that.
And that
so let me see, World War II, 1860s, that's 80 years, so that's 1, 2, 3 generations right there.
Yeah, easily. Yes. So we, like I've stated numerous times, we haven't even been out of slavery, chattel de jure slavery, longer than we were in it.
Right.
And it's only been, what, 80 years? Almost 80 years.
Yeah, 80 years, 1940s. Yeah, that was 80 years ago.
So what the hell is there to get over? Cut the goddamn check. Pay what the hell you owe.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know what you did. You know what you continue to do. It just the stories that we're talking about, the topics tonight, it just gives us more ammo for the reparations. I mean, they don't want to pay for the things that they've done to us and continue to do to us. So that's why we said 100 trillion. You know, that's not enough. There's not enough, Joe Gibson. That's more than all the world's economies. Well, you can start with a down payment.
Exactly.
What the hell you owe? If you want to participate in this nonsense, pay what the hell you owe. Otherwise, the Democratic Party could collapse. We don't give a damn. The Republican reptilian Party could collapse. We don't give a damn. And Cornel West, don't try to get on code now. It's like, man, you was caping for Bernie, so.
Yeah, and also too, Dr. West, I love the way that Sister Soldier tore your ass up in the late 1990s as well too, on the Phil Donahue show, you know. And Sister Soldier, more power to you, ma'am. And if you're out there, from what I understand, is that you left your musical career and you went off into becoming an author. And it's quite obviously, Sister Soldier, that you're very well educated, ma'am. And we would love to have you as a guest
platforms, yes,
on our platforms. So if you're out there, Sister Soldier, we've been reaching out there to you, man. We know you have a busy schedule, but get with us if you can. And if I'm no longer here, you know, after my demise, you know, definitely get with Brother Che and Krumer, Lady Che as well, too, because I'm in the twilight years. You know, I can go at any moment. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
At any moment. You see, you know, so don't get me wrong. I still look at every day as a blessing. And to quote the Queen Mother, I cannot go before my ancestors not knowing I did not do my job properly to pass on the experiences and the truths that I've lived through on to the generations after mine. You see?
Yeah, and there's still people living from this massacre that they refuse to compensate the residents for or the descendants for. But they keep telling us it was so long ago. We have one of the survivors is actually lives here in Denver at the Capitol Towers with R3, Dr. Avant, and he showed up.
Oh, really?
I did a speech to the seniors over there when I was running for mayor, and he was in attendance.
Okay.
So yeah, they definitely need to be compensated. That judge needs to be debarred and kicked off the bench. Like,
right. And belongs in jail too.
In jail, yes, for her office.
Yeah, because she swore to uphold the law, and she violated her oath. You see what I mean? You know. And then also too, I do want to say that this movie that I'm looking at here is a cowboy flick, and it's showing these caucasoids going through the desert and they dying, and I'm loving it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm loving it. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have anything else to say about the Tulsa Race Massacre lawsuit getting thrown out or dismissed?
Oh, yes, sir. It is a huge miscarriage of injustice, number one. Also, too, it's inhumane. You see? You see what I'm saying? It's very, very inhumane. You see? And they look at us as sub-humans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what the concept of it is. And like I said, and you London Bridges and you elders and you Uncle Tom Leo Terrells and Herschel Walkers and Tim Scott, you all are paid to say this bullshit about outside interests. And this is where the term sellout comes from. Let's say.
Yeah.
And long live the spirit of Sister Harriet Tubman, who was against you Coons, you know, the new movie called Coons starting the majority. You know what I'm saying? Where she would level the street sweeper and say, hey, you're going to be free or you're going to be dead. You got like about 3 seconds to make up your mind. So I'm quite sure Sister Harriet had to decorate a whole lot of trees with brains of the brain dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know? You see what I'm saying? And that's what's so sad when you have to go out there and make such a move like that, you see, you know, against your own because of the chain that's on the brain, you see. So just on that itself is cause for reparation because the slave didn't know any better. He only knew what master taught him. You know, this is why you got your Tim Scotts who are all fucked up. You see what I'm saying? The Herschel Walkers who are all fucked up. Same thing with LaDainian Tomlinson, another NFL great. He's going to sit up there. He was so thankful for the name of the raping, slave trading pedophile that violated his lineage. You see? So when you come up there with this bullshit. Well, we're all Americans. No. The thing is that your boy Americo, who they named America after, he chose to come over here. Same thing with the drunk and the savage and the stink-tard Columbus, who did not believe in washing his natural, nasty, funky ass. Okay, it's because you would be surprised with proper hygiene of how many diseases that could be eliminated.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then we're not even going to talk about the venereal disease that was transferred to our people on the plantation system, you know, from the savages that held them in bondage. You see what I'm saying? You know, so that there would be a great study, you know, for some of our medical personnel, you know, and Bill Gates.
Gynecology started on the plantation system.
How to what now?
Gynecology was started on the plantation system, and our sisters were the guinea pigs, the experiments for such.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. And glad you brought that up there, too, Brother Chad. Then I'm going to say this here, man, and I got to lay it down. But also, too, is our women on the continent that developed the concept of feminine hygiene, you know, all the way back to ancient Kemet. You know what I'm saying? It's because they had sanitation systems right there. They had administration systems right there. They had the concept of bathing and cleanliness, you know what I mean? Also, too, they had the sense of family as well, too. Now, we do know that guys like Piatti would disagree with us. Guys like Joe Gibson would disagree with us. Guys like Cornel West would disagree with us. Guys like Roly Poly Martin will disagree with us. You see what I mean? And the sad part of it is that we have tried everything under this American indoctrination, you see what I'm saying, to progress, and it did not work, you see. So something is wrong. And what that is, Black family, is that we are hated for who we are, you see, and they hate us because they cannot be us, you see. You know, just like I'm looking at this movie right here, these reptilians going across the Mojave Desert, dying off one by one. You know what I'm saying? And it's the end. And I think the last one is getting ready to hit the deck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know. So we need the sun. You know, the sun is awesome. The sun is powerful. You see what I'm saying? But the cold part about it is you all hate us. It's so very, very much, you see, simply because you're not us. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm getting ready to look at one of these old TV series called The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp. Okay. Now, Wyatt Earp and his brothers, okay, these are straight gangsters.
Mm-hmm.
Straight out. They were gangsters. United States Marshals in Tombstone, Arizona. Okay. And you had old Doc Holliday right there, you know, who was skilled on a shotgun. And I believe Doc Holliday died there in your neck of the woods, Brother Che, in Denver, Colorado, because he had respiratory illness. And they took him to Colorado, you know, for the good air, you know, to Denver. And Doc Holliday, you know, died there. Now, guess where Wyatt Earp died at?
Where?
I'll give you one. Los Angeles.
Oh.
Yeah, Wyatt Earp died in Los Angeles in 1929. And then also, too, as I told you, that I did a live feed on it, you know, years ago from San Francisco, where they had a fight between a guy by the name of Bob Fitzsimmons, and I forgot the name of the dude that he was fighting. Okay, and it was a rematch. And Bob Fitzsimmons says that, hey, I'm going to work the jab and I'm going to knock this dude out with a right cross. And he worked the jab and he knocked him out. And Brother Che, you've been to San Francisco and you passed the location of where it's at. Now, you've been over there by Brooks Hall, right?
Yeah.
With the San Francisco City Hall. Okay. Directly to the, if you're facing Brooks Hall looking at the west, directly to the south, where the San Francisco Symphony Hall is, was a place there called Mechanics Pavilion, of where they had the fight at with Bob Fitzsimmons in 1897, because I went to the Frisco Library and I looked at the archives of the San Francisco Chronicle, so that's the source to verify. Okay, Fitzsimmons gets in there, does his work, knocks the dude out like he said he would, in the previous publication, straight right hand, put him on his back, lights out, toes pointing north. And it was declared an illegal blow by the referee of the fight in 1897 in December. And the referee of that fight was, the one and only Wider. Yeah. As they say, San Francisco, the land of barbarians, That's why it was called the Barbary Coast, as in barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you had there. And you still got them there.
Yep.
Except now the barbarians are in those high-rise towers called Silicon Game Valley.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
That's where your girl Kamala Harris was the district attorney who refused to prosecute the cops who murdered Mario Woods.
Mm-hmm. And Oscar Grant.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, I'm staying corrected. Oscar Grant was murdered in Alameda County, where she was the assistant district attorney at the Fruitvale BART station by Johannes Murphy. And Ryan Coogler, who was the director of the motion picture Black Panther and Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever, he was an independent filmmaker, and he made an independent film called Fruitvale Station, talking about the murder of Oscar Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome documentary.
And he got the job. Yeah. And he got the job from that film to direct the first Black Panther.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? Yes, sir. Okay, so with that there, Brother Che, I'm going to have to sign off on that one because I got to get up early tomorrow. I got to try to get as much work in as I can, before noon tomorrow, and I believe you gave me a weather report of 121 tomorrow here in Vegas a couple of days ago. Yeah, 120, yeah. So I got to get out there early. Then when the sun, starts peaking and peaking, I got to get back in to stay cool.
Okay.
All right, so thank you so very, very much. And definitely check out our live page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and Front Line Blacc News. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is the division of Front Line Blacc News. Check out our upcoming story for Tuesday. And you can inbox us there if you got any suggestions. Please also inbox us with your hate mail, your insults, your comments, and what have you. Well, we welcome all communication.
Shabaka, 118, so that's very close to
118 degrees tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, well, I thank the ancestors. I will not be needing a sunscreen, lots of water, I'm sure, but I will not be needing a sunscreen.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be 110 plus all week long.
Okay, all right. So that gives me my work schedule. Okay, get out early, have to get in, then go back out, when it cools off. But I got to be out of it, between the hours of 12 to 4. Okay, Brother Che. All right, thank you so very, very much, sir.
You're welcome, Shabaka. Have a good night and stay cool.
Yes, sir. And thank you for having me. Okay. Take care.
Lady Che, are you still with us? All right, Black family. So we are down to our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topics. All right. So the next topic is the sister here, Josephine Wright. Her and her husband are fighting against developers who want to take their land. I want to be left alone. 93-year-old Hilton Head Island woman is in a legal battle over her family's land. There's a video that goes with it, so I'm going to play the video. Video. I don't want to play now. Video doesn't want to play. Okay. Well, I'm just going to read this, Black family. It's from CNN, or Caucasian Nazi Network, as we call it. Josephine Wright and her late husband, Samuel Wright Sr., moved from New York to Hilton Head, South Carolina, nearly 30 years ago to seek peace and relaxation on a family-owned property. The 1.8-acre parcel of land has been in her husband's family since the Civil War, and it was there that they carried on family traditions, hosted Thanksgiving and Christmas gatherings, planted trees and bushes, and built a porch, Wright said. Wright, who was 93, acquired the deed to the land in 2012 after her husband died in 1998. Her granddaughter, Tracy Love Graves, said, now Wright's beloved land is at the center of a legal battle with the property developer looking to build a residential development next door. According to the Post and Carrier, Georgia-based Bailey Point Investment LLC is planning to construct 147 homes. Graves said Bailey Point had previously showed up at her grandmother's house and offered $30,000 for Wright's land, which she declined, and rightfully so. The developer later filed a lawsuit in February 2023, so earlier this year, against Wright, claiming that her satellite dish, shed, and screened-in porch were encroaching on the developer's land and delaying the construction of new homes. The lawsuit asked for the removal of the structures and sought just and adequate compensation for its loss of use and enjoyment of their property and expenses related to delays in development. Wright and Graves said they have since removed the shed and satellite dish and were preparing to downsize the screen porch where Wright decided to file a counterclaim. My porch is not on their property, Wright told CNN. Wright's counterclaim, filed August 25th and amended June, accused Bailey Point of constant barrage of tactics of intimidation, harassment, trespass, to include this litigation in an effort to force her to sell her property. The counterclaim also accused the developer of trashing her property, going onto her property, cutting the bush and shrubs and littering, causing dirt and debris to cover her automobile, house, and contents. The claim said Wright had been deprived of peaceful enjoyment of her property. Bailey Point filed an answer to the counterclaim on May 24th, denying all of those allegations. The developer also denied trying to acquire Wright's land and being told it wasn't for sale. The legal battle is drawing renewed attention to the historic exploration, I guess it's supposed to be exploitation of Black-owned land. Wright told CNN she was concerned the developer is using well-known pressure tactics to get her to give in and sell her land. Attorneys for Bailey Point have not returned CNN's request for comment. I want to be left alone, Wright said. I want to live on my property like I have always in peace and quiet. They messed with the wrong one. Oh, Lord, here we go. Bakari Sellers, a civil rights attorney who is advocating for Wright. Oh, no. This is already turning out bad, Black family. Said land battles with developers have historically been an issue for the Gullah Geechee people, descendants of Africans who were enslaved along the lower Atlantic coast and forced to work on rice, indigo, and Sea Island cotton plantations. That's my people's right there. Wright's late husband was Gullah Geechee. Their land is so valuable, Sellers said. Developers have been doing this for years. This is not new. Wright says she hopes that her fight will inspire other Black landowners in Hilton Head Island to defend their property. They have never been able to fight back, Wright said. But once they see someone doing it, they will know that they have the right to do what I did. Wright's land fight has garnered the attention of celebrities, including NBA star Kyrie Irving, who donated $40,000 to the GoFundMe created to raise money for her legal fees. Filmmaker Tyler Perry also shared Wright's story on Instagram, saying, "Please tell where to show up and what you need to help me fight." I believe it's supposed to be, please tell me where to show up and what you need to help your fight, helping your fight. All right, so yeah, that's just more examples of why we are old, Black family. $100 trillion. They are forcing the sister off of her land that she's been on for generations, and this seems to be a common pattern across this nation. If they don't raise the property tax to get you off the land, they'll eminent domain you, and I can see them pushing for eminent domain of the sister's land, and that is a damn shame. So I wish I could donate to the GoFundMe. I really do wish I could donate to the GoFundMe. This sister has to remain on her land. Period. No developer, you're not going to build more houses on the land. No. This is Black land. It's going to remain Black land. So much love and respect to the family, and definitely thoughts and prayers go out to the family. And I wish we could donate to the campaign, to the GoFundMe. They need it badly. They're up against a pretty well-known developer in South Carolina. They're gonna need all the money they can garner to fight this in court. So, Josephine Wright, and in the memory of your late husband Samuel Wright Jr., y'all need to keep this land. And the black community needs to come out for you, especially those that are in South Carolina. Support your GoFundMe and keep this land from being stolen. So I'm gonna move us along, black families, since I'm the only one that's here now. Lady Che is tapped out. She don't want to sleep, so the show must go on. MSNBC's Joy Reid, or Joyless Reid, as our sister Vicky Dillard says, calls Dr. Cornel West a black Donald Trump. Man, them Democrats are desperate. They are very desperate. You're comparing Cornel West to Donald Trump in blackface. What the hell, man? I think that's Lady Che. Hold on, black family. Lady Che, welcome back.
I'm over here yelling at the motherfucking camera. You can't see me. You gotta mute me. First you cover me up. I've been here this whole time. I fell asleep by accident. The whole time we've been talking, I've been sitting here trying to get your attention.
Well, I haven't been looking at the screen, Lady Che.
Carry on. Next time. Leave it unmuted. Shit. You're waving at the motherfucking camera, asking you can hear me. Can you see me? I had to send you text messages. Fuck, man. Carry on.
Lady Che, I didn't know that you were trying to get my attention.
Trump, cuz. Carry on. Keep it going.
All right, so you have nothing to say about the topics that I've already talked about?
Yeah, I asked about if this lady was going to continue to keep protesting or what. And you carried going and kept talking. Now we're on the fucking Cornel West topic, so let's stay on that.
What's the thing on it? Like I said, Joyless Reid is calling Cornel West the black Donald Trump.
I'm ready. You're pinwheeling anyway on one of your things that are showing pinwheeling. So carry on. That's why I fell asleep. This has got really quiet and so hot. Like I'm underneath the fucking sun. Like the light in my room is so goddamn bright. It's like being right under the sun. And it gets really quiet. Yeah, motherfucker. That's why I motherfucker fell asleep. Simple as that. And wakes up, it's like I can't fuck like 3 times already.
Lady Che, are you done?
Jesse, just keep going. That's intentional. Is your thing gonna carry on, or you're not gonna share, or what are you doing? Because I'm still looking at this lady for the previous topic.
Okay, Lady J, what are your thoughts since you want to talk now?
I
What are
don't know.
your
I'm
thoughts
waiting
on
for you to start the next topic. Lady, start the next topic, sir. Because, you've already started. So now I'm waiting for you to carry the topic. So I can have a thought. There you go. Go ahead.
To be implemented into educational curricula, right? It had to do with scholarship related to the classics, something kind of insignificant, but they basically said, "Ha ha, you're a right winger, you're a right wing conservative. Ha ha, you said Christian, you said you're a Christian." Now I'm gonna ask y'all a question: how many of y'all were raised Christian? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. All the Christians in the building, raise your hand. You ain't got to go to church. I'm raising both hands because my mama and my daddy are pretty much Christian
So,
pastors.
Boyce Watkins video.
Church. My daddy preaches at church, but my mom will be preaching at the house. Seriously, I have a strong Christian background.
How long is this video?
Yes, everybody in here that considers themselves a Christian was
trying to get to the main points. I wish you would get on the tablet.
I don't want to. How long is this video?
It's a very long video. I'm just getting the main parts of it.
Jesus Christ, I don't even know what this video is about.
I just told you what the video is about.
I know, but I thought it was going to be a smaller topic, like you were actually going to find, like, the actual piece.
This is the actual piece.
I can't go get my tablet.
Raise the Christian, raise your hand. And I want to ask you another question after I ask you this. And I'm making a point here, I promise you. Does being a Christian make you a right-wing Republican?
Okay.
Yes or no? Does being a Christian mean that you are a member of the KKK, that you want to join the KKK and or the Proud Boys or something, or that you want to go out and, get to lynching Negroes tomorrow? Really, what do you think? Yes or no? Do you think that means that because you go to a financial planner and she also can help you protect your assets and your legacy? She has a one-stop shop brokerage where she can give you personal consultation on things. Am I the only one seeing this? Am I the only one seeing the fact that most Black children can't even read when they graduate from high school? Am I the only one seeing this? Am I the only one that's concerned? Because when you get distracted by the political entertainers on TV, the whole world is crumbling all around you and you don't even see it. So overbearing that they're really competing with the men. They're competing with the men in a way that is not beneficial to the community long term. So when the men step up and the men say, we're kind of tired of the same nonsense. We're not doing the same stuff that, in this whole, if you don't vote for Biden, then you ain't Black sort of crowd, or vote blue no matter who, is they make this illogical statement to say that that if you're not a Democrat, then you must be a Republican. That if you're not one of us, then you're definitely one of them. And I remember, anybody remember when they did this to Ice Cube? Anybody remember this? When they put Ice Cube on SNL and he was played by that big fat comedian who can't get a better job. You know what I'm talking about? He's been on there like 28 years or something, or 22 years or something. And because he can't, just keep it real. Most of the good Black comedians on SNL eventually go on and do great things. The Chris Rocks and the Eddie Murphys and all that. He's not in that category. This brother has had a steady job with SNL for 20 something years. And so they had him play Ice Cube. And you notice in that skit, they had Ice Cube wearing the MAGA hat, right? And this is a symbol and a sign of the dirty politics they use, where they might accuse people who speak against them of being Russian bots or spreading falsehoods or spreading propaganda or spreading lies. But y'all tell me, give me a yes or no. Is Ice Cube in a MAGA hat, is that spreading a lie? Yes. Is that a falsehood?
Yes.
Give me a yes or no. Is that false? Or has Ice Cube ever worn a MAGA hat? And I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, he hasn't. He doesn't do that. And I talked to him. He does not do that kind of thing. But there were things that they were pushing online to basically manipulate and control the Black community. Again, like pictures like this, right? then what also happens is, and this happened in the last election, it's going to happen in this one too. There is this effort to consistently stigmatize and almost try to mute the voices of Black men, that many Black women, unfortunately, have become co-conspirators in. They become co-conspirators with their white counterparts, their white zaddies, the Joe Bidens of the world. They are co-conspirators to say, let's shut these Black men up. Let's not let these Black men have a voice because mama's running the house. And I really believe, honestly, that because they spent so much time destroying your men and destroying your community, that this political maneuver that's happening is reflective of what's also happened in a lot of households. You have a lot of households out here where the women have been running the show for so long that when a strong Black man shows up and says, I have a voice, I'm a relevant person who has equity in this household, I'm here to help lead and to be a strong figure in this space, there are women who can't handle that. You know, I'm serious. I hate saying this to some of the women. I hope I don't strike a chord and hurt anybody's feelings, but because America has forced the Black woman to be so strong, right? It's not your fault. It's oppression. It's systematic racism. They killed off your men. Sometimes when you run into a real man that's really going to show up with some masculine energy and some decision-making ability and ain't going to back down from your shit, you go berserk. It freaks you out. It's like, wait a minute, I'm used to driving the car. Who does this Negro think he is driving the car? And then the family falls apart because you end up bumping heads so much that eventually he walks away. He goes in his direction. You go off and you get to be the strong Black woman who don't need no man. And you raise your kids by yourself and he's off getting girls pregnant or living his best life. And that's what it is. That's how it is. The end. That's the Black love story in America, unfortunately. So effectively, politically speaking, what you're really observing is you're observing the reemergence of the Black man from the dead. The Black man was killed off, in my view, from in the 80s, really 70s, 80s, and 90s, when a lot of the deindustrialization happened in cities like Gary, Indiana, and Milwaukee. Black men, lost a lot of good jobs working in steel mills and things like that. That's when you had the emergence of things like the wino and the men who didn't have any purpose anymore, so they sit around just drinking all day. And then you had drugs that came into play. Drugs were the worst thing to ever happen to the Black community. I think that we should have a zero tolerance policy on drugs, to be honest with you. I think that any Black person who has any tolerance for drugs, even and I hate even saying, I know about the healing properties of cannabis. I use CBD oil on my legs all the time because my knees hurt when I run. But getting high on a regular basis has never really served to benefit almost anybody I know when it comes to productivity. I'm not saying that there couldn't be exceptions. I'm just saying that, in fact, if you research it, there are studies right now showing that a lot of this synthetic weed and the fact that they've convinced young people they can sit around and smoke all day, that's having huge effects, not just on their health, but on their productivity. I've talked to a young person I was mentoring, and she said, I can't even think straight. I can't stick to my goals. I don't know what's going on in my mind. And I said, how often do you smoke? She said, that might be it because I smoke 5 times a day. Right. So my point is not to judge or tell anybody what to do. My point is to point things out to you so you can tell yourself what to do. My point is to say that they've been running game on you since the beginning of time, and they're still running game on you right now. And so effectively, the breakdown of the Black man has been a prolonged process. It's still in existence. I can throw in things like hip hop music that's taught Black men collectively a lot of really bad habits when it comes to their views on women, when it comes to their views on choices and money and liquor and drugs and everything else. And so you've dealt with a lot. You've dealt with your men literally being chopped up in front of you. So the women stand up and have become these strong characters as a result of that. But the problem is that you have some Black men who are waking up from the dead. You have a lot of Black men who either are waking up from the dead or their family never died. Their father and grandfather were strong enough to resist all the nonsense. And these men are walking around, they're living, breathing, they know how to think, they're intelligent, they're strategic, they make plans, they don't.
How does this got to do with Cornel West?
Taking care of their damn kids, and they're showing up expecting to be heard. They're showing up expecting to be respected. They're showing up expecting that, look, I'm gonna have a stake up in this too. I'm gonna respect you. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna let you have all the power that you want. I'm gonna celebrate you. But goddamn, you gonna celebrate me too. I'm going to be irrelevant in this conversation too. So when I see the politics of it all, when I see the Joyanne Reids, or when I see that one lady, Simone Sanders, the one that was built like the linebacker because she was tackling that guy to protect Joe Biden, I see these women that unfortunately have become so overbearing that they're.
I don't know why you're acting like this. I'm trying to play the important part.
Fuck, man. Where's that part?
If you would stop talking, I could play that part. I'm trying to play that part.
No, Jesse, you want to run through this whole video?
So impatient. I've been jumping through the video. What are you talking about?
How long is this video? What are we listening to?
Oh, God,
God, man, he's all over the place.
Joyless Reid.
If I'm wrong, he's got
Cornel West, the Black Donald Trump.
Where in the clips that you just fucking showed, cuz?
God,
you saw that. You're not ready, man. Like, and then I'm trying to get your attention.
Randy, like, this is very dysfunctional, cuz. Stop it. Can I please get to the video?
Because what he's talking
literally
about,
trying to play the important part.
I'm trying to participate, Jesse. Can you get to wherever he's
going?
Yes.
Can I please play the video?
Did you watch
really competing with the men? They're competing with the men in a way that is not beneficial to the community long term. So when the men step up and the men say, we're kind of tired of the same nonsense. We're not doing the same stuff that that was being done before we got here. No, we're in the household now. This house ain't gonna run the same way it was running before I got here. Your son's gonna get up at 7. Your daughter's not gonna be out.
Cuz this is very dysfunctional.
Where is it going, cuz? Where is this video going?
If you would listen, it would get to the point. You're not listening because you're still talking, cuz. Stop doing this shit. It's very irritating and it's very dysfunctional.
What I'm saying, Jesse,
stop doing
this
it.
Is irritating. This is irritating. Get to where it's going because they're not. Jesse, I'm gonna fall asleep. I swear to God.
Randy, you already fell asleep already.
Well, that's not my fault.
Yes, it is your fault.
No, Jesse, when everything's in a monotone and it keeps going that way, that is not my fault.
Oh, God. It's not in a monotone, Randy. Please, let me get this.
Yes, it is where this shit's going on.
Randy, stop being dysfunctional, cuz. Yes, I'm live on the air. Stop.
Get to it, Jesse. Shit. I thought you would already know where we're going.
Because you're going to wake up out your sleep to disrupt the goddamn program. Stop doing that shit.
But if I was trying to
Randy, I'm going to put you on mute. Stop.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Jesse. I was trying to participate.
Randy,
put me on there.
This is not the time to participate. I'm trying to get through the video. Can I please play the part to the video?
30 minutes
it's
later.
Very dysfunctional, cuz. Stop doing this shit. I don't do this on your program. Don't do that on mine.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't, Randy. I don't do this shit.
You do.
Randy, stop.
I'll pull it up, Jesse.
Randy, I'm gonna mute you. Stop.
Do it. See what happens.
Sorry, Black family. This is very dysfunctional. I don't know why she does that shit. It's like, love you trying to get to this part.
Streets. We're gonna sit down together as a family for dinner. Like all that stuff that ends up being a problem because you've been trained to believe that all of these ideas are just so reflective of an oppressive patriarchy that you fight and resist every single day. And as a result, you end up sleeping with the enemy. You end up in a constant battle. So you can't have love where there's hate. You can't have love where there's competition. You can't have masculinity with more masculinity. That becomes a repelling kind of force. It does not bring people together. It pushes them apart. So effectively, when you show up competing with the man is going to compete with you. And I can tell you as a man, we're pretty good at competition. As a man, I grew up playing football, basketball, running track, playing every sport I could think of. I can compete with you all day. And so you show up competing with me, I'm not going to love you. I'm going to fight you. Right. So effectively, I think that the same thing is happening politically. I think politically speaking, you're seeing men standing up and saying, I'm tired of being bent over by white supremacy. That ain't going to happen. I'm competing with that white man across the street. I want to be as educated as him. I want to be as wealthy as him. I want to be as strong as him. I am as capable as him. And he doesn't want to hear me. He doesn't want to hear what I have to say. When Joe Biden wants to come to the Black community, they always come to the women. They always come to the women. They always come to the women for the same reason that a man that is trying to get over and come into your house and get money or get your daughter or get some property that you have, he's going to talk to your wife first, and he hopes the husband doesn't come home. Tell me if you don't understand what I'm saying. Can anybody get what I'm saying? I hope I don't sound too old-fashioned when I'm saying this, but I hope somebody saying if a man is coming in my house and he's trying to manipulate and trying to get over, he's going to want to talk to the mother. He's not really going to want to talk to me. If R. Kelly is interested in your daughter, do you think R. Kelly wanted to go into houses where the daughter had a strong father who was watching his every move? Do you think that R. Kelly? You think he could sweet talk the daddy the same way he sweet talks the mama? Because he comes in there, he's tall, he's handsome, he says the right things, he brings some flowers. Next thing you know, she trusts him, invites him over for dinner, says, "Oh, he's such a nice young man," right? But the father sees through all of that. They see through all that. So men and women, I believe, have different vision. And I think that men and women have a different ability. I will say as a man, I feel like I have an innate ability. Picture. So the one thing about Joy-Ann Reid, a couple more things I'll mention really quick is I thought it was really interesting that Joy-Ann positions herself as a person who is a vote blue no matter who kind of person. So what effectively you're seeing with this political entertainment is this sort of gang affiliated politics that says no matter what the Democrats do to Black people or against Black people, you have to support them because they're going to be better than the Republicans. That's pretty much the standard argument that they make. I'm not even here to argue against that argument. That's life, whatever they want to believe. But I also think that what happens as a result of this, these distorted politics, is that there end up being a lot of lies, a lot of propaganda, a lot of fear, a lot of censorship, sort of being spread through the community, because the goal is to keep Black people exactly where they are, to keep Black people doing exactly what we've been doing in every election. And in time, they can say what they want to say. And then, you have Biden sort of coming back and saying, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black. And that's also problematic because that speaks of a type of paternalistic ownership that many white liberals feel when it comes to Black people. They feel that they own you. They feel that they can control you. They feel that they know better about what's best for you than you do, right? And then as a result of that, it becomes like a relationship between siblings where the white man becomes the older brother, you become the little brother. And so with the big brother, he always eats before the little brother. The big brother, he gets to do what he wants to do before the little brother. So that's why, for example, you see schools like Chicago where they have 55 public schools where the children can't, not one single child in those 55 schools can read or do math at the grade level. But the reason that nobody's fixing the problem is because they care more about the teachers' unions than they care about the kids, right? It doesn't mean it's the teacher's fault, right? We know that it's complex. But the thing is that if this were their children, it would be a state of emergency, right? But because it's your children, it's like, yeah, we can let Black children suffer as long as the teachers union is taken care of. So this paternalism is a problem because it deviates from what I've been talking to you guys about. I believe we need as a community to have a Black first philosophy, and I think it requires us to really fight for that. And so one of the things I will say to you in terms of a simple solution, the solution is economics. I don't care who you voted for. I'm not looking for you to vote blue no matter who. I'm not looking for you to vote red. I don't care about any of that. What I'm looking for from you is I need you to vote for yourself. I need you to vote green. And what that means is I think that a wealth plan and an economic plan for all of our families is absolutely essential and critical. In fact, if you text the word text the word stock to 31996. And this morning, actually, I'll send you some stocks, some AI stocks that I like. And actually, there's an AI ETF that I was talking to my students about last night. AIQ is the ticker symbol. And allows you to invest in a bunch of AI companies by just buying one stock. It's almost like an ETF is almost like a multivitamin. You know, if you need vitamin D, vitamin B, vitamin C, you can take a multivitamin and it'll give you all of that, right? So this ticker, the ticker is AIQ, and it's a stock that I'm buying thousands of dollars worth of that stock. I bought some last night. I'm going to probably buy some more tomorrow. It's a long-term investment for my family, and so each week I can send you some of these stock market or profit alerts each week that'll help you invest. I'll also send you the $5 a day investing plan. I'll send you the training I did on how to make money without working, all these things, right? So I'd love to be one of your finance teachers. If you are interested in the Blacc Business School, we have a lot of free stuff you can take advantage of. So just text the word STOP to 31996. So I think every family needs an economic plan. I think also you can get ahead as a family by making sure your children are trained on economics early. Don't wait until they get 20 years old. Start when they're 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. And then on top of that, on top of the economic plan, there has to be sort of a family and cultural plan. The breakdown of the Black family has been absolutely devastating. I don't know how people feel about things like feminism and all this other stuff. And then there's sort of a male version of feminism kind of happening where men are sort of speaking out and expressing their concerns about the behavior of women and all that. And I hear all that. I think a lot of those arguments are very valid. But one of the things I think you have to really process is how little you gain or how much you lose when you're trying to compete in a team sport as a solo individual. I think that a man, if you notice, for example, for the men, most men who are really successful and doing well typically have a wife that is by their side, and they chose a good wife or a good family structure, right? I was watching even Patrick Mahomes, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he has a wife. Now, his wife is white now. She's not Black, but his father's Black, but still, he has this wife next to him. And you think about this, right? Patrick Mahomes has a $400 million contract. He's in his 20s. If he wanted to be a player and just have a bunch of women, he could easily do that. But he chose to have a spouse and a family because there's a stability with that. There's a certain economic rise and momentum you gain from that. And the same thing is true with women. I think that with women, I would encourage you, if you want to understand the roots of family, which I think that should be taught as a class. I really do. I think marriage and family should literally, if I had a Black-owned school, I would have a class called How to Run a Family. Because a family is an institution. A family is like a business. It's one of the institutions they deliberately destroyed along with the family business. So the rebuilding of those institutions should require, in my view, some intentionality on our part. So again, in the Boyce Watkins School for Children, I would have a class on running a family. I'd also have a class on running a business, because those are 2 out of the 3 institutions that existed before integration that died. The other institution that existed that did not die was the Black church. The church is there, but even church, those who run churches should be trained on economics. They should be trained on family. They should be giving constant lectures and seminars that will shape not just what you know, but also the culture that you subscribe to. Well, why does this matter? Well, because people who come from stable families, they tend to be better off and happier and healthier and everything else. I think also nutrition, health and nutrition, very important. That's another massive wealth drain that hits the Black community. I think that to make it simple, because I know I overtalk stuff. I apologize if it's too much. If it's too much, please just you can feel free to walk out. But those of you that want to hear the whole breakdown, I'd like to keep going with you. I believe that the solutions for Black people is very basic. I don't believe that any good solutions come from the top down. Top down solutions don't tend to work because there's too many people that are controlled. Again, I'm an expert on money. There are too many people that are controlled by the money, and the money causes them to have distorted incentives that don't necessarily benefit you. So to some extent, Black leadership is a racist version of trickle-down economics that occurred during the Reagan administration. Trickle-down economics is where you have people at the top that have a lot of wealth and power, and they trickle down, their money and their whatever to poor people, and it just does not work. The same thing is true with trickle-down politics. The Democrats, and Obama actually used to talk about this, where he would talk about, anybody remember when Obama used to say the rising tide will lift all boats?
Yeah.
And people immediately called out that BS and said that's just not the case. That's not the case historically. Anybody remember when Obama was saying that the rising tide will lift all boats? Mm-hmm. Well, that's trickle-down politics. And trickle-down politics says if you take care of the people at the top, so Biden and the Biden administration, they find their paid off Black people, their radio show hosts, their rappers, their favorite TV hosts, etc. They compensate them, and those people, they have a job of taking the message down to the Black community. Well, the problem is that when they're carrying water in that way, they're getting the community to do something that is not in their best interest. So when they come and they say, tell the whole Black community that we need to have wide open borders so as many immigrants as possible can come south of the border, that's not taking into account the fact that studies show that excessive immigration does not help the Black community, because the resources, you only have so many resources, right? So whereas a bottom-up approach is much better and much more effective, right? So when I'm talking to you, and I'm not trying to be your leader, I want to be an advisor, right? So as an advisor that's training you to be a leader, what I want you to understand that in your little space, in your little household, you've got absolute domain. You have more power than anybody in that house, including me. If you invite me into your home as a guest in your home, I am honored to be there, but that is your castle. You're the king or the queen of that space. So that means that in that space, you get to do what we're begging the government to do. In that space, you get to define the policies in that space. You get to decide what the educational policy is going to be. You get to decide what the economic policy is going to be. You get to decide what the agricultural policy is going to be, right? Agricultural policy, what kind of food we're going to eat, what kind of food we're going to have in this house, what kind of food we're not going to eat, right? Whatever, right? And then the economic policy, okay, all the kids going to learn about how to start a business. All the kids going to learn how to invest. All the kids going to learn how to save. All the kids going to learn how to be economically responsible. You get to decide the educational policy. Every day we're going to get on the internet and we're going to learn something new every day. We're going to learn these skills that other people may not be learning, but it don't matter. What people are down the street doesn't matter up in this house. And I'm going to tell you like this. Let me just say this. I'm about to hang up with y'all because I'm about to go see my mama. And I'm going to tell you one thing that my mother did. My mother, I don't know where she got this from, but my mother, when I talk about like being from the hood, like that's, none of us born with a silver spoon in our mouth. Let me just say that. If you went to the neighborhood that my mother grew up in, you would be very nervous because, there's a lot of crime in that neighborhood. So I don't know where she got that wisdom, but one thing that my parents did that I thought was really effective was they never ever cared what other people were doing in their house with their kids. So when I would say, like, why would you punish me for doing XYZ? Billy did the same thing and his mother didn't punish him. My mother would just say, I don't care what Billy did what Billy's mama did. This is what's going to happen in our house. And that was one of the best things that they ever could have done, because there were so many things we learned in our household that other kids were not learning. So when I got thrown out into the world and I went to the University of Kentucky, I had no money in my pocket. I had a $500 scholarship. That's literally all the money I had. I had to find a way to survive. And not only did I survive, but I actually thrived. At first, it was hard. It was very difficult. I didn't have the same support I wished that I'd had. But once I got on my feet and started just hustling, I actually had more money in my pocket than all my friends. I had better grades than all my friends. I was more determined than all my friends. And I was on a path to success. And this was not an anomaly. My sister had the same experience. My brother had the same experience. And so there was something different in our household. Not to say our house was perfect, but that was something that was special. And also that stable family structure was extremely beneficial because we didn't have to go off to school wondering if our parents were going to be divorced when we came back home, or wondering if we didn't have to go off to school with our parents calling us, asking us for money, right? All these crazy things that happen in a lot of our families. It's destabilizing. It's very hard to achieve these high-level goals when you got a bunch of ghetto shit happening around every single corner, right? So even learning isolationism. My father, way back years ago, he isolated us from the ghetto stuff happening in certain parts of our family. He was like, no, we're going to be over here. We're going to let them live like that over there, and then we'll just check in on them every now and then. But we're not bringing their problems into this house, because this is our fortress and we're holding this down. So I am telling you, there's something to be said about that. I'm sharing that story for a reason, and you got to realize when you talk on the internet, a lot of people are listening and people take things the wrong way. And I have people that, out here that just say all kinds of stupid stuff. because I guess that's a sign that people are listening, but I ain't paying attention to them. I'm paying attention to you, and I'm sharing this because of you. I'm sharing this knowing that they're going to misconstrue it, knowing that they're going to, find something to distort or make fun of. I'm saying this because I want you to hear it. I need you to know that the solution is out there. The formulas are out there, but you got to have the courage to stop listening to these dumbass people that are getting these dumbass results that are leading to a bunch of dumbass kids who ain't prepared to compete. I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and damn tired of seeing Black people go out into this world unprepared and told that you're nothing but a worthless, lazy bum and that that's what you're supposed to be. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of hearing about how disadvantaged we are. I'm tired of hearing about how we can't make it without so-and-so's help. I'm tired of hearing about how horrible it is, how we have no opportunities, and it's like being talked about like you're disabled. Yeah. I don't like that. And I also don't like the dilution of our birthright. I don't like when we are lumped in with gay people and trans people. Like, well, we got Black folk, we got trans folk, we got LGBT folk. Shut up. Stop that. Stop telling me that being Black is the same as being gay. I ain't got nothing against you being gay, believe me, at all. Do your thing. Be you. I love you. But stop that. That ain't the same thing. Stop leaning on this idea that somehow we're just lumped in this category of everybody who's not a white man. I don't want to be a part of all that. Maybe that's not consistent with who I am. Maybe that's not consistent with my values. Maybe that's just not something that matches who I am. I just don't like any of that, right? So they distort your politics in a horrible, horrible way. So on the big picture scale, I think that we have to make sure it's 100% clear. Like, stop connecting us with everybody else. Stop comparing us to everybody else. And also, I really think on an individual level, the solutions are out there, but you got to be intentional. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you, if you can, go home right now and think about a couple of things you can do with intentionality that will improve the plight of your family in this world, right? Intentionality might start with saving and investing a little bit more. It might start with learning some new skills on a regular basis. It might start with rethinking how you're treating your kids or your baby's mama or whatever. You can get online and learn how to be a better parent, how to maintain a better family, how to pick better women, how to pick better men, how to heal. A lot of us have to heal too. Like, there's so much stuff in there to say about that, but I'm not going to say that because I've already talked a lot. But there's so many things we can do. So I think this trumps all this stuff that's going on in the politics. There's nothing that's happening politically that I'm seeing that's going to change your life in any sort of meaningful or remarkable way. And so one financial concept I'll introduce you to is there's a concept called idiosyncratic versus systematic. Idiosyncratic variables are things that are basically specific to you. Right? Like who you are, how hard you work, how much time you spend studying, how much you work out, just specific things to you. And then there's systematic stuff, right? Systematic stuff might be like government policy or, how many jobs are available or the weather or just something that's big, something that affects everybody. And one of the things that's true in not just stock market investing, but also in life is that the idiosyncratic component of your outcomes in life is far more impactful than the systematic stuff. So what that means is that you can have a person where the whole system is against them, where the whole system has been working to sabotage and stop them and undermine them. And that if that person on an individual basis is determined enough and committed enough to overcome the system, they can definitely do that. So what I want you to do is to lean on that. I want you to lean on this basic idea that the number one variable that determines what happens in your life and the lives of others is what you do. It's what you do. You send a kid to the worst school in America where they're teaching them absolutely nothing. But if that kid has a parent that's telling them to read every day, guess what? That kid's going to have a very good reading level, right? So that what the system's doing is not relevant because what the parent is doing is more important than that. So take advantage of your individual power and stop listening to these stupid people on TV, because their only job is to manipulate you, keep you vulnerable, so they can get you to do the bidding of the wealthy benefactors that are paying their bills. That's it. That they're carrying water for people, and I know this because I was invited to be a water carrier. I had a limited amount of time where I was invited in those circles. I remember Al Sharpton introduced me to the president of MSNBC. I kid you not, and I didn't understand. I was like, why is he introducing me to the president of MSNBC? It took me years to figure that out, and I think they were vetting me out. I think they were trying to, because Melissa Harris Perry, another scholar, got a show on MSNBC, and I think in hindsight, they were considering whether or not I'd be a fit. And I think after they looked me up, they realized I wouldn't be a fit because I kind of stood up to Sharpton when I felt like he was just kind of saying things that I didn't like. And I don't like being bullied. You know, I think they tried to bully me a little bit. I was basically like, I kind of gave them the middle finger. And then another time where I remember being invited in those spaces where I saw how the water gets carried is I still remember getting those calls from the Obama administration when Obama first got elected. And I remember that what I thought was going to be a two-way conversation, where I thought that they wanted to hear what the Black community needed so that Obama could fulfill his commitment to the Black community. It was actually the opposite. They weren't looking to hear what the Black community needed. They were there to tell me what to tell Black people about what the Obama administration wanted. And I remember saying, I don't like the tone of this. This is BS. Like, you're telling people what to do instead of, they should be telling you what to do. Like, it shouldn't be going that way. You know, so there is a deliberate effort to manipulate Black people. And unfortunately, we've proven ourselves to be the most manipulable people out here. And I'm telling you, the plantation energy is strong. It's super strong. You'll have Black people that will get mad at you for being an independent thinker. Like, they'll just, what's wrong with you? Like, they'll beat you worse than a white man will. It's the craziest thing. So I think you just got to resist. You just got to, you know, when people start acting crazy or whatever, you forgive them for they know not what they do. You let them be as ignorant as they want to be. And you still stand your ground and you be the person that you're supposed to be, because you have a right to be a free thinking American. You have every right to do what's best for your family. You have every right to do what you believe that you need to do. And anybody who doesn't agree with that, I question whether or not they actually care about it. That's my 2 cents. That's what I believe, and I'm sticking to it. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you want to,
For what?
Where was the topic?
That was the topic.
No, that wasn't the topic.
Yes, it was.
Where was the topic where Joy Reid said he was like the fucking Black Trump? Because I just sat through the whole thing.
That's what I played. I didn't play the whole video.
No, you just played a whole bunch of feminist bullshit. Where the fuck
No,
was
I
it?
didn't.
Jesse, where was it? Cuz I've been sitting here this whole time.
You clearly missed it.
No, I didn't miss it. I might have when I got lost when it came off and
You got lost. Yeah.
It took me out the studio, but where the fuck was it then?
Oh God.
I've only been gone off the studio, what, 10 minutes? It took me that long to get it together. So where? Because really, where? Just please show me where.
I already did. I'm not gonna replay the video.
Where was it in the fucking hour that you've been playing it?
I didn't play the video for no hour, Brandy.
How long have you been on this topic, Jesse?
Like a half hour, 45 minutes maybe.
45 minutes. Okay, so the 45 minutes, where was it? Did you play it in the last 10 minutes?
Yes.
I don't look back at it. Okay, let's go. Carry on to the next one. Because obviously I can't even talk about it because I didn't see it, but I was listening to this whole fucking this shit. That had no point on the fucking topic at all. So.
Oh yes, it did. It had a.
No, it didn't. Let's go. No, it didn't, Jesse. All it said was men ain't being men, women are doing this, blah 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 blah. That's not what the fucking topic was.
Yes, it was.
What was it?
Joy Reid.
I want to hear that broad say he's like the Black Trump. That's what I want to hear.
That's not on this video.
So why are we here? Why are we here?
That's what I found to pull up for this topic.
You're not ready, cuz. Anyway, go ahead.
You're not ready, cuz. Stop disrupting the show. Cuz this shit is very dysfunctional.
What's the next topic, Jesse? Because that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I was expecting to hear, like any other viewer. Real shit. That's what I was waiting to hear. But he had us on a whole fucking topic of fucking women don't know how to behave, men don't know how to men to leave, blah blah blah, whatever. This is all the shit. I heard it already.
No, you didn't.
Yes, dude. I can replay. I can if I felt like it, dude. I give it all back word for it.
Well,
It
you
was
said you
just
don't remember,
get to
so
the point, Jesse.
don't waste
I
it.
apologize, family. I apologize. I was
It's
misled.
very
My
dysfunctional.
bad, family. I apologize. I was misled. I'm talking over Jesse. I don't want to hear it no more. Jesse, go ahead.
It's dysfunctional because I don't know why you do this.
Because, man, this shit is dragging out for no reason. And you got it on the topic. Like, she says it. Well, where does she say it, Jesse? Because all I heard is Boyce Watkins giving us a fucking lecture breakdown like he does every fucking show. It just drags out. So where is it? That's what I'm talking about. Just treat me like any other viewer. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm sitting here for. I can't have a fucking dialogue with no content. There was no content right there. That's everything he always says.
Yes, there was. You clearly wasn't listening.
Where?
We talked about the shit the whole time.
No, he was talking about other shit. It wasn't that.
No,
Definitely wasn't that.
it was that.
Listen. Competing, fighting with each other.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with? What does it have to do with them?
Yeah, that's what it has to do with.
It doesn't have to do with anything.
Yes, it does.
No, he's talking about relationships between men and women, Jesse. Not Cornel West and Joy Reid.
Okay, Brandon. That's your interpretation. I interpreted it differently.
I wish there was people in here so they could watch it.
But there's nobody in here, Brandon.
They can raise their hand and say who's
They
right.
don't have to witness this dysfunction. Please.
Well, get on with it, cuz. Get on to the next topic. I hope it's on point, though.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely on point.
No.
Stop rushing me, cuz I hate when you do that. You hate when I rush you.
I would not have to do this, Jesse. I would have to do this if there was a fucking existence where we were going with this, man.
I told
you don't want me to fall asleep, but you don't want me to participate. I can't even participate at the last two fucking topics for the last fucking 6 months. No, cuz stop. For the last 6 months, I haven't been able to participate. Now when I want to participate, you won't let me participate. And then you won't even get to the point of the fucking shit. No, Jesse, I'm right.
Yes.
For once, I'm fucking right.
Stop, Brandon. It's dysfunctional.
Stop. You do something right on this, cuz. Please, play the next topic. Please. This is only because you won't let me fucking do my last piece, because you always do this shit at the end when it comes to me.
We haven't even got to the last piece.
You've done this, dude, for the last year and a half. And I can pull up every fucking track where you've done this to me.
Randy, you have your own show.
Jesse,
talk about your own shit.
No.
Why do you do this on my show? I don't get on your show telling you what you need to talk about, cuz.
Listen to what I'm saying, cuz. Every fucking show.
It's not every show, you don't have your topics ready. You don't have what you want to talk about ready.
Yes, I do.
Get on the show.
Stop, Jesse. Yes, I do. You're not even let me talk now. You're not even let me talk now. But you're not letting me talk now. You're not even letting me express myself now.
Talking about nothing.
I am telling you something. I'm telling you something, Jesse. Listen to me. Every show for the last year and a half, you managed to do that. When it comes to my shit at the end, you'll find a way not to let me do it. And that's my two topics. That's the only two topics you allow me to have. And then you drag this shit out so I can't even participate. And you wonder why a motherfucker will fall asleep. And then when they're up, they're trying to listen and trying to participate, but it's going nowhere.
Okay.
That's what I'm upset about, guys.
Are you done?
I guess, since you want me to be. Shit. Again, did you hear anything I said?
Yes. Can you stop being so dysfunctional on cuz?
No, I won't stop. Jesse, you treat me like a regular fucking contributor. Like somebody actually participates.
Stop. Act like you got some goddamn sense, cuz. Don't get on the program acting like this. It's very dysfunctional. I apologize, Black family. I don't know why she does this shit.
Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize. Fix it. How about that? How about
How about you stop talking? Cause if you keep this up, I'm gonna remove you from the studio. Stop.
No, just acknowledge what I'm saying.
Yes, Brandy, I acknowledge it. Now stop.
What am I saying, Jesse?
You saying that you don't get to participate.
That's what I said. That's what you got from that.
Yes, that's what I got from that. Now can we please
Oh my
go on?
God, for a year and a half, dude.
Oh my God, cause stop. I'm going to remove you from the.
Don't do that again. Don't do that again.
I'm gonna remove you from the studio.
No, you're gonna listen.
Yes, no.
For a year and a half, dude, you've done this to me.
You're not gonna do this shit. Stop.
No.
Stop. I'm not gonna do this with you. Stop this bullshit. I apologize, Black family. I don't know why Lady Che chooses to be dysfunctional right in the middle of a freaking program. I don't know why she does this shit. So, I don't even know where to go now. Alright, I'm gonna move us along, Black family. It's very dysfunctional. Hancocc administration. So our current mayor is on his way out, and he decides that he's going to make a video on YouTube that's funded by taxpayers called Denver Rising, the Transformational Leadership of Michael B. Hancock. Oh, God.
Outgoing Denver Mayor Michael Hancock's administration made a feature-length film about his greatness at taxpayer expense. The final product, a 94-minute-long ode to Mayor Hancock, does not belong to the city. We noticed that the copyright has been registered to Hancock himself. The film is called Denver Rising, the Transformational Leadership of Mayor Michael B. Hancock. The city's public access channel premiered the film following Hancock's farewell speech last night. The film covers Hancock's entire life story, takes a glossy look at his time in office with local figures and city employees praising the mayor at length. The city told us today it doesn't know how much taxpayer-funded employee time was spent on that project, but that, quote unquote, much of this was done on city employees' personal time.
Goddamn Hancocc.
Happy birthday, James, to you. Happy birthday, James.
All right, ladies.
Is that the end of the video, or are you reading, or what are you doing? Because that shit is foul, whatever he just did.
Hancocc administration made a taxpayer-funded feature-length film celebrating his greatness. The city said
that thing you sent me in the messenger, was that the whole movie?
Yes.
I wonder I didn't watch it.
The city says it doesn't know how much taxpayer-funded employee time was spent on the project, but that much of this was done on employees' personal time. Denver. A 94-minute documentary praising outgoing Denver Mayor Michael Hancock, or as we call him, Michael Hancoon, will be Hancock's property for future self-promotion after the city gave him the copyright to the film made by city employees. Ain't that about some shit?
So he made this video. The city, the people that work in his cabinet made the video.
That's what the article is saying. Yes.
And they gave him the copyrights to it, so he could use it to promote himself to what? Like, where can he go from this?
He's going to Florida. Remember, he's going to DeSantis, the Panties land.
To do what?
And he's going to run for office again there. He's probably going to either run for Senate or president.
Don't you gotta live there for like a certain amount of time before you can run for anything?
It depends on the state and the jurisdiction, but yeah, usually yes. But he's basically using this to run for another office. We just don't know what. But I watched the whole thing and it was complete bullshit.
Did you play a clip of it?
He should be ashamed of himself. I mean, that was the clip of it, but it's a very long video.
Look like just a sound bite was like, what the fuck did we walk into?
The documentary.
I know the sound bite is like, "Happy birthday, who?" And why does it sound like fucking trash? It sound like the beginning of a nightmare.
Well, it basically gives us his biography, his life story, or part of his life story, not his whole life story, but part of it. His time on city council and his time as mayor. And it paints him like he's like the best thing that happened to Denver since, I don't know, the Broncos winning the Super Bowl.
Oh shit! That shit was like the sound bite of the beginning of a fucking horror flick. That creepy ass music was playing. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, he had all the mugs in there, and the worst part about it was Albus Coon ass Brooks and the stuff he was saying. It was just like, oh my god. Ugh. So the film is a biography of Hancock's life, including a rosy look at Hancock's 12 years in office with effusive praise. I didn't even know that was a word, from local leaders and city employees. The city spokesperson or spokesman said he was not able to show how much the film cost to produce. Spokesman Mike Strott said the documentary was primarily produced by an employee of the mayor's office who spent several months on the project. An employee in the city's human resources department also credited on the film. Stott did not have an estimate on how much work hours that employee spent on the documentary. He said much of the project was done on their personal time. Stott said there were no additional costs outside city employee time. Stott confirmed that Hancocc, not the city, holds the copyright to the finished documentary. Hancocc has not said what his future plans are upon leaving office on Monday. We already know what his future plans are. He's going to run for office again in Florida.
I just can't believe he decided to make a documentary for his future fucking promotional thing. Like honestly, when you ask people what they thought, and this is how you leave. Like this is how you leave office. This is horrible. And then the other one too. Like that's how you're gonna come into the office. Like Denver's political priorities are fucked.
Yeah, and this documentary is complete bullshit. Like the whole time I was watching this, I kept thinking of the message to the mayor.
Yeah.
None of that was brought up anywhere in this documentary. It was like Hancocc could do no wrong. He was the best mayor ever, and all this bullshit. And they kept talking about homelessness, but they kept dodging it too. Because they're like, oh, well, he said he was going to end it, but it's still going on. But there was no mention of the camping ban anywhere in this. There was no, they barely mentioned that there were protests going on and that people were showing up to his office. But they didn't show none of that footage. It was all like his bullshit State of the Union addresses and or State of the City addresses and his cabinets in the community, and he had Chief John White in here. It was Stephanie O'Malley. I'm surprised Benny Milliner didn't speak.
Yeah.
But this is how it starts off. You got the goddamn drone shot of the whole damn city. So it basically it have it broken down into sections. So the first section is Denver Rising, and his like chief of staff is bigging him up, and then it shows his first day in office and his mom talking, and then it goes into his childhood a little bit, and then Albert Westworth says a few good things, and then it goes into his governing on city council and as mayor, and then it goes into the recession, how we got us through the recession, and Knietz is speaking, and several other people on council are speaking, former city council members are speaking. Then it goes into public safety and all the improvements they've made or bullshit under his administration. So Diggins is in it. Chief John White is in it. What's her face? Stephanie O'Malley's in it. Saldate's into it. They didn't say nothing about implementing 112 recommendations.
Right.
Then they go into the airport and how they're saying that he put the I in DIA, meaning international, because prior to him getting in the office, it was just the airport. It's just the Denver airport, and now it's Denver International Airport under Hancocc. And Webb was like bigging him up, and talk about the stock show, then my Denver card, Parks and Mountain, the South Platte River, and the improvements made on their investments. Then it goes into the weed, and that part really pissed me off because I was like, y'all didn't free none of the people that you locked up for selling weed prior to this being legalized, and they're still locked up. And my little brother just got out of jail or out of prison after 6 years for serving time for weed possession.
Or really use the money that they've been overtaxing for actually feeding the school children and doing all
Still
those.
don't know where that money is going.
Right. They're supposed to feed the children and take care of the little babies, but they did that either.
And then it goes into the Denver court and how we have the best court system in the nation and all this bullshit. And then it goes into his second term and what happened during his second term in office. And Hickenlooper's bigging him up. And then Boom or Bust is a section. And sports. So it goes into him being the mascot for the Broncos and how he's been a Bronco fan since day one. And how he was so happy to have brought all these championships to Denver, and now Denver's a sports town. And then he goes into the Rose Adam Center, which is basically the safe house for women that have in domestic violence situations, and they talk about the history of that and how that came about. Then they go on the host.
Wow.
No mention of the Denver Road home. Go straight in the host. And then stupid ass Alice Brooks. Oh my god. You might want to hear this part about host.
Oh, all right. Oh, yeah. I guess, yeah. Because I made my stance really clear on that shit yesterday. Has never been tokenized.
What else should they want community input, and then they don't implement none of it?
Not only that, but if they didn't talk about yesterday, later on, I would
Our
say
goal is to make sure we try to do everything we can.
input. They didn't even put our ideas or anything to the public. No one knew what the fuck was going on the virtual side. That's what I gotta say too.
Yeah, they could have definitely did better on the virtual side.
That was just another way to tokenize us. That's why I made that other statement at the end in the group. So whoever was reading it, she could really go ahead and say what I said. If not, I'm just gonna do it on Monday. That shit was foul. That shit was really foul. By the time I realized they were doing it, I had already been through 3 breakouts, and I asked the sisters, like, man, is he tokenizing us right now? And she said, yep, that's what that was. I was like, hell nah. If I knew that was what that was, like when I said I didn't want to do it, I should just went with my gut instinct and just carried on with why I didn't want to do it. I just didn't know exactly why I didn't want to do it. And then that's what it was.
Well,
Like,
actually,
I was
I
trying to
put
get
that
us.
workout room by myself.
Yeah, they try to get us in these small ass fucking situations, these backdoor meeting situations. Take all our fucking that again, and we think we're fucking doing a service. And what happens? They steal from us again, cause that shit is foul. Like that shit just gotta end. Like, and we don't even know. That's the whole thing. Nobody even knows when they go to these little motherfucking community events or whatever to fucking speak in and get your thoughts out. Oh yeah, they hearing it. They just write down whatever the fuck they want or whatever they think is good enough, and they steal it from you right then and there. You hear me? And you think you're gonna help out the fucking community? You think you're being of service, and nope, you're just fucking you're just giving up the best fucking well thought out fucking ideas and plans to save people's lives, and these motherfuckers get to ride off in the motherfucking sunset like they did something. Like all that shit that fucking Justin is talking about. That if people could see me on camera while I was over there in the backstage talking about that's our shit. That's our shit.
Yeah, Johnson didn't even show up.
Fuck him, man. Well, he's gonna see us on Monday. So he could get it then. He could really get talked to then. You know,
They'll probably have a bunch of security around him. I already see how this is gonna go.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a whole bunch of security around him, just like Hancocc did.
Because he knows we're going. So there's gonna be all kind of police and shit there.
Yeah.
That's how they do. That's how they do us, Black family. You don't fucking believe it? We can run back many pieces of footage where they knew we were coming, and the fucking police shot were there running as security and mugging us the whole time. We're like, oh shit, we're gonna get arrested.
They knew we were coming.
Right, but they don't do it any other time when they don't think we're gonna come. Then there's no security, and all you see is happy white faces. But as soon as you see this man, those are the police are there. That's funny. Yeah, go ahead and play this housing thing. I'm gonna have to watch it because this sounds like a fucking shit show.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
And stabilize people, but we do it indoors and try to connect them with the services. This is the most confusing, complex issue of.
Huh?
Are they gonna have city council on Monday?
That's a good question.
Because we obviously we gotta sign up. I forgot to sign up, but I don't want to do it right this second. But Are they even gonna have city council because of the fiesta? I mean, the fucking this white ball we're about to go to. White ball.
I haven't.
You did, black people in Denver. You know what you did? We don't want to hear shit. We don't want to hear shit. We're gonna sit back and laugh. We drink beers, smoke blunts, and laugh at all this fucking shit you did. And you know, then in fucking like 4 years, you're gonna, but intangibles. Nope.
Ever had to deal with public policy wise. And unfortunately, it's something that you can make mistakes. It's still not a lot of people understand how to do it. We're learning every day, and we're adding stuff to help as we do it.
Mayor Hancocc has been a champion of housing affordability through his career and through his administration. And it's no surprise that he was one of...
How has he been a champion of housing affordability when he literally allowed the east side, Parkdale, Montbello to be gentrified?
Why in the fuck shouldn't she have been fired? What have I been saying, man? Fire her 10 people above and 10 people below.
She's the head of CCH now, cuz.
That's even worse. This probably should not be allowed to be doing anything housing, given the track record that nobody's being housed. And anything on CCH is fucking either falling apart. Prime example, you know, like I was talking about in that shit that happened the other day when we were at, I was like, the Fusion. And I can speak to the Fusion because I lived in the fucking Fusion and they kicked me out the motherfucking Fusion for no goddamn reasons. That's why I had to come over here to fucking this. You know what I mean? And even this here is like a fucking heated box of fucking failure. A heated box of failure.
Yeah.
Britta Fisher, Kathy Alderman, the little white boy with the gingery red hair that can always ignore her other friend, Dwayne Peterson. Yeah, that the little white boy that fucking moved on in the cut. You know what? Even when you saw his villainy coming. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're talking about Cole.
Yeah, Cole
Chandler.
Cole Chandler, yep, he should be fired. Anybody running them fucking little
He works at the state level now, but yeah, he should be fired.
He should even got to be promoted nothing because he was foul. He did foul shit, and you know you can tell racism when you see it, like really, when they don't want to hear your concerns and they just walk off, or they send in a buffer class person, a buffer race person to tend to your black needs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play the video. We got one person viewing. Shout out to the viewer.
Shout out to the viewer. See you, little eyeball.
The people who figured it out, how to get it done, how to get housing to be one of the core and essential services that the city of Denver would take on and provide.
People don't realize how revolutionary it was for the city to have a role in affordable housing. We set aside $15 million a year starting in 2016, and it was the first time the city had ever done local dollars with a commitment. It was the largest housing fund in the state of Colorado when we created it. We doubled it in 2018, just 2 years later. And today, that is matched with another source of funding to reduce homelessness. When we got elected, there were 0 local dollars in affordable housing, 0. Now there's over $75 million just in local funding.
Where the fuck is it being used at?
That's transformational. It's not everything. It's not all of the answers, but it's a strong foundation that wasn't there when he was elected.
And thanks to Denver voters, we also now have the Homelessness Resolution Fund, $40 million plus a year. We have our first bond initiative for housing and shelter with The general obligation bonds as part of Rise Denver, $38 million that's being used for youth shelter, for family shelter, and for an additional city shelter. These are huge investments.
I will venture to say right now, City of Denver is top 5 in the United States of America, top 3, right, in funding affordable housing. I'm building affordable housing now within all of those policy tools that we set up, and it's amazing. And we're helping folks who have fallen on hard times and who are formerly homeless, who now have wraparound services and a place to go. And I think the public just sees, drug activity and homeless folks. They don't understand the mechanisms, the time it takes to put a capital stack together, build a building, and make sure people have housing. It's setting this legacy, this mantle up for the next leader. We got
build a building. There's already 30,000 vacant luxury apartments in this city.
Because they said they had $75 million right now to house people. Where the fuck have they been hoarding that at? And why are the same fucking 1,000 people still outside?
And they claim that Hancocc is claiming that he's housed over 15,000 people.
Where? And now that we got the influx into his sanctuary city, where the fuck is this money at? Because if there was money out there and motherfuckers were really building housing, we wouldn't see all this shit we see on fucking Monday City Council.
Right.
over 12,000 people off the street and into permanent housing. Think about that, right? Like, it is incredible.
The momentum has been incredible to watch. And I think also in becoming a Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, one thing.
Okay, that's it for the housing part.
I feel like that was a lot of lies, and why did even let Elvis talk? He's like meant to fucking hype us up or what? Because all I felt was like lies on lies on lies on lies.
Yeah, it's a whole documentary of lies that taxpayers paid for.
This is foul. This is so fucking wrong. Like, God, man, this is another reason why black politicians get bad raps.
Mm-hmm.
For this kind of foul ass fucking shit. It's like one bad apple spoils the bunch, right? Yep. This is it. This is our bad apple, and we'll throw in Webb at the end when he was over here doing this weird ass shit too, with endorsing people and all this extra shit.
Yeah,
we're ruining it, man. So it makes it hard for any good black politicians to come in, because now we gotta live up and do better, because a motherfucker like this sellout ass motherfucker from our neighborhood done ruined the path.
Yeah.
Making it hard for anybody like my baby to run for fucking mayor. Anybody who's black to run for anything, unless you're a woman, and then you might be able to slip under that fucking identity politic card. Thankfully, your girl is not playing identity politics over here. For my run, like, I'm not even mentioning it. Like, I haven't mentioned anything about myself. I just mentioned what I'm gonna do for black people.
Oh, there's a whole section on George Floyd.
Yeah.
COVID, his last term, the minimum wage increase.
There's only one positive thing about the COVID thing. I felt like he did for us.
Yeah, with the COVID hotels.
Yep, that was it. That was it that he did for us, and that maybe allowing the SOSs, but When you tear down the first set of tiny homes and then you allow the tiny homes to be built, you're a real hypocrite.
Right. Tore them down, confiscated them, never returned the materials.
Nah, I know you don't give credit where credit's due. You're not only a hypocrite, you're a thief.
Yep.
That goes for anybody stealing our shit, and we know it. You're a fucking thief.
Mm-hmm.
I said it. Do something about it.
Right.
You're a thief.
All right, Lady Tay. We're down to the last two topics of the night.
Yeah.
The unhoused neighbor news and the unhoused neighbor sweeps.
Yep. Go ahead. I'm ready. Oh, except for that one thing. We can't show the video from yesterday, right? Can I try to find it?
No, I don't think. Was that meeting recorded?
I don't think that meeting was recorded unless they recorded on their end. And you know, they were like probably listening to it 15,000 times, especially how they segregated you, right? We'll talk about that. Right? They segregated you, and I've been with me in, and I was on point until like the third. I think it was like we broke out. What third? By the time I came in, it was like the third breakout room for me.
Yeah,
right?
so 4 breakout rooms total.
Yeah, I came in and I came in during the breakout room.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. But go ahead. Go ahead and open the topic. This is an old ass picture of you, sir.
Oh, that was back from 2020 during the protests. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up on this Twitter page.
I'm just looking at her. Remember, I'm just looking at my at her old look pictures.
Yeah.
I miss looking at her when we were just doing it. We just look. It's your fault.
Yeah. So Mike Johnson's going to be inaugurated Monday. During the whole campaign trail, he didn't say anything about stopping the sweeps. So, you know what that means, Black family? The sweeps will continue under a new administration. And he had all these hearings this past week or so where he called himself meeting with the community on Zoom and in person. But majority of these, if not all of these forums, he did not show up to. And the one that Lady Che is alluding to last night or yesterday, he didn't show up to that one either. And that was the homelessness and it was a homeless forum, and he didn't show up to it at all. So,
my thing is this is like, well, Mike Johnson over there handing out jobs left and right to motherfuckers that were running for office. This is minus Ian Tafoya. Like, this has nothing to do with Ian Tafoya. Okay, I just gotta say that. I gotta say that out loud because he was already doing a whole bunch of shit everywhere else. So,
right.
So everyone except for him and maybe now I might maybe give a pass to fucking Lisa Calderon. Maybe. We'll see about that. But Ian definitely
housing and homelessness. Yeah.
Yeah, Ian's definitely not part of this conversation. He just happens to be there, you know what I mean? So shout out to the homeboy. Anyway, listen, this is what bothers me. Everybody seems to get a motherfucking job over there, especially when it comes to unhoused neighbor stuff. But they forget. They fucking forgot. I didn't say to forget. I take that back, family. I don't mean forget. They ignored and totally dismissed the main fucking person who discusses unhoused fucking things, homeless stuff. You know what I mean? I want to say unhoused happiness. That's what I've been putting in the And unhoused happiness. That's what I've been putting in city council topics.
Yeah.
That's my term, unhoused unhappiness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they seem to forget that Jesse Paris should be he should be doing something right there with the unhoused community, housing or whatever. So that's what he does, right? That's what he did for me. He housed me and like 8 other motherfuckers.
Right.
So, like, the fact that everybody keeps ignoring you, or shadow ban, or what I should say, you can't shadow ban a person. So, I would just say ignoring and putting somewhere else is fucking beyond ridiculous, man. That shit's getting addressed too. Like, see, people have a fucking fake understanding that when you see me as a person, that we won't give you the business right there.
Right.
They must think that this is soft and we just do this online.
No.
Far from it, family. Far from it. And we're gonna be somewhere definitely gonna fucking not be confrontational, like in a we'll probably be a little confrontational, but not in an angry way. It's just a very direct way, like saying, hey, look, this is disrespectful. And what's even worse is that you can't say that the man hasn't doesn't do the work.
Oh, you know, maybe Hands recorded it.
Huh?
Hands, the new D-hole.
Were they there?
Yes.
I just know that I was until like the 3rd breakout room, because we were on the virtual side. Jesse was all by himself. They segregated Jesse.
Yeah.
Yep.
For 3 out of the 4 breakout rooms.
Yep. And I was in the first one. I was in one with 2 people. Well, it ended up being 3. But the one sister that was in there, she was kind of rude. So I hope she's listening. She was kind of rude, and she didn't fucking want to talk to nobody. They named her Jessica or some shit. Anyway, she didn't want to talk to anybody. And I was like, you're not gonna participate? What the fuck you doing here then? I was like, why are you even coming here? Something like that. Because I was on a roll. I was just fucking I had all kind of answers. I just couldn't change my name on the Zoom thing. Or whatever the fuck we were on. I couldn't change my name. I was trying to be professional. I couldn't do it. However, I just couldn't change my name. However, everybody knows who it is, who I am. They see me in there, and they know exactly what I came in there for. I came in there because Jesse asked me to go in there, first of all. I said no, and there was a reason. I just didn't know the reason, Jesse. After he said no, I don't want to. That was the reason he wasn't there. And we were being tokenized. I straight up asked the other sister that was there, that was dialoguing with me back and forth, and I was like, is he gonna use his answers like he's tokenizing us? She's like, sadly, to say yes. And I was like, this motherfucker right here. Like, no, not only did you steal our shit in the first place, but now you ain't got no motherfucking brain of your own. Now you got the community there, but you won't even give them the common courtesy to show the fuck up. And where's my answer to my email I sent in regards to liaison positions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now you have we got 28 liaison positions that need filled and all this, but you won't even answer the fucking emails. What kind? You're already starting off bad. You might as well just say you just gonna be like every other fucking politician in the city.
Yeah.
Get a motherfucking assistant or email responder.
That's what it definitely appears like. He ain't even gotten in the office yet. He ain't got sworn in yet. He's already on that.
The Paris cabinet would never operate like this.
Right.
And everybody laughed at us and said we gonna have all black people. I promise you, black people are pretty fucking responsible.
Right.
I'm just saying. Good. Did you find it yet? Or I don't think there is it. You want to read the article?
Yeah, I had several articles I was gonna, a couple of articles I was gonna read.
I read the David Heights one about this. If you're gonna read it.
He did one about this.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, he sure did.
And for the community did not know that there was people on the virtual side that was working so motherfucking hard for us not to even get acknowledged. That's even worse. How many of these other fucking town hall things that he did where the virtual side didn't get noticed?
A lot. Yeah. Yeah. So this is from my neighbor David Heights. It says new Denver mayor and no show at homelessness meeting. Surprise, surprise.
I want to say this. News break. Hey, David Heights, please. Thank you.
Right.
Apparently, they're not. And I saw him the other day when he was talking about about the announcement he made the other day on the city council.
Mm-hmm. I see like 2 black people in this picture, maybe. There's about 200 people packed at Denver Gymnasium on Friday to ask about homelessness to talk about homelessness with the new mayor, and he did not attend the meeting. Incoming Denver Mayor Mike Johnston did not attend the meeting on homelessness his campaign co-hosted Friday. Newsbreak attempted to attend the meeting virtually, but could not decipher the audio. After the meeting, the representatives of House Keys Action Network, Denver, or HAND, and Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver shared their thoughts about the meeting. Oh, God. Remember them Citizens for a Clean and Safe Denver?
Yeah, so they did that after the public meeting. That's when I tapped out, right?
Yeah.
Because I thought it was over. They were wrapping up.
It's like Marvel. It's not over until after the credits roll.
Oh, because when they were started cleaning up and moving shit around, and nobody was talking to us, I figured I was, and that's when I got rude again. It was like decorum, man. This is fucking rude. Like,
well, Therese and the other dude, the dude from Safe and Clean Denver, had grabbed the mic at the very end, and they both spoke like back to back.
After I tapped out?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
The two groups are polar opposites on how to view homelessness. Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver believes homelessness is the result of addiction and mental illness. People experiencing homelessness agree those are problems, but they also believe that they have been priced out of the housing market.
Yeah.
Both groups agreed, however, that Johnson should have been at the meeting. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Packed gymnasium with bad acoustics. Therese Howard of HAND said about 200 people attended the meeting or the forum, which was held in a gymnasium with poor acoustics. She said only one table contained unhoused people. Each table discussed homelessness issues and then reported to the larger group. In the report out from tables, outs from tables. Almost every house table brought up tiny homes and safe outdoor camps or spaces as a big thing they want to push for. Howard said, the houseless table did not bring this up at all, and in fact, had residents of the tiny home village who said they would not recommend anyone to live in a tiny home village. Ooh.
Yep. We said that. I said that in the thing.
Nonsense tiny home plan.
Yeah, because it's nothing but loaded with racism and fucking white supremacy.
Yeah. Johnston wants to sweep people from outdoor encampments into tiny home villages that would be set up throughout the city, so-called safe outdoor spaces, where people experiencing homelessness live in fishing tents or tiny homes, recently became permanent in Denver. The city codified their existence. Yeah, it took them almost 10 years. Johnson.
Well, I feel like we should thank us for that, and then in some ways, I feel like we enabled them to continue this instead of trying to find permanent fucking solutions. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about, family. When I say that we were working hard to get this shit done, they steal our shit, and then they make it like so it's the thing, and then they don't carry on the work to permanency.
Yeah, because it started off as a pilot project, and that was after they had confiscated the tiny homes that we had built in Resurrection Village back in 2016.
Right.
Where was I? Johnson wants to move the entire encampment communities together when they are swept so that they can stay. Johnston wants to move entire encampment communities together when they are swept so they can stay a group. One encampment may take up an entire tiny home village, for example. So they're going to sweep you into tiny home villages. The Houseless Table reported out about the unsafe conditions in shelters and negative effects of sweeps, while none of the house tables mentioned anything about this, Howard said. Clean and safe, or safe and clean. Denver group disappointed. Oh, Craig. Oh God, it's our good old friend Craig from City Council. City Council public comment. Oh Lord, Craig Afston or Arston from Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver said he thought the forum contained more homeless or houseless people or homeless people and homeless advocates than house people. Well, duh. What was you expecting, Craig?
Like, that dude has a major problem with unhoused individuals. If he's like that worried about it, I mean, what the fuck did he think the forum was for? That's why I said that one time. I was like, that motherfucker's just hurt over life because he lost his fucking lover due to methamphetamine fucking addiction, fucking death, and he got to terrorize the motherfucking unhoused and be all about it, like, oh, no, city council, oh, fucking crybaby ass, wussy ass, motherfucking short fucking little transparent ass motherfucker. Yeah, God, I hate him, dude. Like, I don't hate him. I just think that he's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Like, you're so, you have so much fucking vitriol in your fucking mark ass blood that you gotta go ahead and be like, there's so many unhoused people. Oh my God, they're sitting right next to me. They're at my table.
There was more houseless people Then there was people with houses. Oh my God.
God, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Why'd you bring your house self down there?
Right.
Sorry, like that fucking dude is stupid. You know what I mean? Like you're stupid. You if you felt that way, you should have brought your house ass down there.
Right.
Kept your fucking supremacy at your house.
Right.
Jackass.
Oh my God. So he says about 5% of those attending expressed concerns about illegal encampments and problems associated with them. Austin expressed disappointment that these issues are barely discussed at the forum. That's housing and homelessness. I think Denver is confusing housing affordability with homelessness. Oh my God. Austin said, while on the surface, they may appear to be
Are you still there? Are you pinwheeling, Jesse? Are you still there? Or it just internet issues? Might be the internet. All right, family. Give 1 second. Or actually, I don't know if I can read it from here. Let's see. I got it. I got the ball. Hold on a second. Let's see. I'll find it real fast. As far as the RVA is concerned, I'm gonna do one probably a little bit later on this afternoon. The heat kind of makes things a little difficult, just a little bit. Plus, I was waiting for Jesse to come, but something happened and he didn't make it. Where is it, sir? Okay. Let me see. What is the this one? I was looking at it earlier, but me and Jesse were there. I didn't know that Hans team was even even involved or even talking after the fact after I left. So I was heated. I was pretty heated. The only reason I'm mad is because they were tokenizing us, and that shit is really foul to me. Like, get your own motherfucking brain. Stop doing that. You know what I mean? At least pay a motherfucker. Pay a motherfucker for what you steal. Show them some fucking credit. And people get tired of that shit. Okay, here we go. I just seen it too. So, and that too, like they're doing all this homeless shit right at the end of Michael Hancock's fucking term and opening it up for this dude, which is planned. You know what I mean? It's a planned thing. It's pretty fucking disrespectful. Um, to the unhoused. It's really fucking disrespectful. Actually, he waits all this time to do anything, and he doesn't go anywhere with it. Like he finally leaving, and then all of a sudden all this shit starts happening. Only for the white savior to come in and like he fucking saving the day. Let's see. Let's see. Let me mark it down. Let's see. Come on, man. Like, I just seen this shit. All right. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, I'm gonna read it to you real fast. I read fast, so we'll get through it really quick. All right. I'll read this fast, okay? Um, incoming Denver Mayor Mike Johnston did not attend a meeting on homelessness. His campaign co-hosted Friday. Newsbreak attempted to attend the meeting virtually, but cannot decipher the audio. After the meeting, representatives of Hancocc Action Network Denver, Orhan, and Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver shared their thoughts about the meeting. The two groups are polar opposites in how they view homelessness. Citizens for a Safe and Clean Denver believes homelessness is the result of addiction and mental illness. People experiencing homelessness agree those are problems, but they also believe, I see you, Jesse, they also believe that they have been priced out of the housing market. Both groups agreed, however, that Johnston should have been in the meeting. I'm going to finish the article reading it real quick since I already started it, okay?
Okay.
Packed gymnasium with bad acoustics. Therese Howard of Hand said about 200 people attended the forum, which was held in a gymnasium with poor acoustics. She said only one table contained unhoused people. Each table discussed homelessness issues and then reported to the larger group. In the report out, in the report outs from table, almost every housed table brought up tiny homes and safe outdoor spaces camps as the big thing they want to push for. Howard said. The houseless table did not bring this up at all, and in fact had residents of the tiny home village who said they would not recommend anyone living in tiny home villages. And that's true. One of our good friends, he's avidly got record upon record upon record of racism, terrorism, um, uh, aggression towards him. What is it called? Retaliation.
Retaliation, yeah.
Retaliation towards him. Actively being ignored by the police. You know, where white women has terrorized him. White men. You know, there's a lot of white supremacy going on over there. So where he was at, and we went to go see things like I said when white people want to dismiss uh, the blacks needs, the blacks complaints, things like that from black people. They find a way to send their fucking buffer raced individuals to come out and deal with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, as if they're gonna talk to our internal humanity to calm us down, and so we're not so irate.
I'll be right back, Lady Check. Continue the article.
Okay, now carry on. Okay. Johnston wants to sweep people from outdoor encampments into tiny home villages that would be set up throughout the city. So-called safe outdoor spaces where people experiencing homelessness live in fishing tents or tiny homes. Recently become permanent in Denver. The city codified their existence. Johnston wants to move entire encampment communities better when they are swept so they can stay stay a group. That's one part that is actually kind of important. You know, when you move all community, we discussed that many moons ago about that. That when you move like a whole block um, of people get camped out in their encampments, and this is a fact. This is like a fact from all the way from like when I can remember Jerryville. When we was at Jerryville, we policed ourselves, we took care of ourselves, but everybody on that block looked out for each other. Um, if there was some sort of problematic tenant, that problematic tenant was asked to go somewhere else, you know, gently guided off the block per se. Um, the reason is that, you know, we got so used to being by ourselves, we were already by ourselves. Then we come into a little group, of people that we camp with, sleep next to, eat with, share food with, share water with, do buddy walks to the restroom with, you know what I mean? Um, share clothes and share things with, any kind of necessity, whatever you need. Like if a motherfucker needed a roll of toilet paper, they know they can go down like a 10 or 2 and ask somebody down there, hey, can I borrow some toilet paper? I need to go to the restroom. You did? Or, hey, do you have any water? I really can't find no water. It's like 100 fucking degrees outside. That kind of shit that happens out there in encampments, because you don't even got that kind of community supportive community support in fucking house communities, or even within we like to say our community, right? With air quotes, our community. No, the unhoused are much more um, tighter knit, closer than we are to our fucking actual neighbors when we're housed, or the actual community that we allegedly belong to. So they just get a bad rap for fucking what? Sharing what they don't have. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is a good thing where that's the part that I was kind of like supportive of, was that thought, because when you're just housing one individual out of a whole community, and then you break up the community while you sweep them, you know what I mean? And they often can't go in the same blocks together again and again and again. I remember when I was unhoused and I stayed with my group or my block, like we moved maybe 20 times in 2 months, and we managed to stay together. But that was hard, you know what I mean? Everybody had a job, everybody had something to do to contribute to that little camp,
I
and
remember
it's not like that no more.
that camp that you used to belong to was over there off of 24th in California, in front of the XL station.
Yeah,
Substation.
we moved like so many times, but I would hold down the camp when the camp had to move, by the grace of my power chair, being the stall out. You know what I mean? Because at least one person holding the camp down while the camp has to move. That's 20 fucking people, 20 tents, and with no resources and no nothing. You know what I mean? And they always come get me last. I'm always the last to go, and the first is either the first to show up or the last to go, and that was my job. And then I would look out for the camp while everybody was asleep, because I couldn't sleep. I got raped a couple of times, and fucking I got my ring stolen when I fell asleep off my hand, and so I couldn't sleep after that. So I would be up just sitting in my chair, um, patrolling my own little strip, running off motherfuckers like you can't shit. I was worse. I'm worse in the fucking street than I am in being housed. That is a reality. I don't give a fuck about nothing in the street. I was out there. So to protect my people, I do the same thing. Like if you're in my house, if you're in my house. It's my job to protect everybody in my house.
Right.
Just take that shit outside, because that's what that. Some people are just meant for defense. You know what I mean? I think that's their duty. Their duty is to defend and protect. And then there's other motherfuckers that are built for fucking mischief and fucking other shit. And those are the ones we fight. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah, I think I was just meant for fucking defense, protected defense somewhere, deep down inside. I don't like injustice. Okay, Craig Arfston, I call him Craig Barfston.
Yeah.
Citizen for a safe and clean Denver said he thought the forum contained more homeless people and homeless advocates than housed people. That's motherfucker got a straight phobia for unhoused individuals and unhoused advocates. I think he got a phobia like if they touched him or they sat next to him, he'd catch the unhoused vibe. Like, you can only pray that would happen, sir, because maybe that might give you some fucking grace. Fucking what a jackass. He said only 5% of those attending expressed concerns about illegal encampments and problems associated with them. God, well, Jesus, only 5%.
Yeah.
Barfston expressed disappointment that these issues were barely discussed at the forum. I think Denver is confusing housing affordability with homelessness. No, I think we're pretty right on. It's all the same. It leads to the same shit. Arfston said, well, on the surface, they may appear to be related. They are not. Affordability is an economic problem, while homelessness has more to do with substance abuse and mental illness. Pause right there. That's a narrative, family. That is a fucking narrative that has been promoted through the white media. Also, this drug problem that everybody keeps talking about, drug and mental health epidemic that's going on.
Yeah.
You might want to blame your local police departments and city government that funds that. It's a problem they created to deflect from the major problem of misappropriating funds and cronyism and all that other shit that led to fucking people staying unhoused and continuously being unhoused. COVID didn't help.
Nope.
COVID did not help with this unhoused program. It actually made it worse because once people couldn't go into work, the jobs were laying off, the people became homeless. And no one wants to address the fact that the majority of these people that are outside are outside due to COVID-related situations, like loss of job, and loss of job means you can't pay your fucking rent, and the rent skyrocketed during COVID.
Yep.
So, while they want to say that they gave stimulus money, it wasn't enough money to keep the lights on in the house. So you got people coming outside and they're homeless, and since they're homeless and they're outside dealing with actual city elements, and then you top in the fucking influx of fucking drugs and guns into these areas where the people are unhoused. Thank you, police department. Yes, that's where it came from. Just really dig deep. I think I showed on the RVA where a sheriff was receiving fucking packages and packages of dope. Okay, so let's dig deep. Where else do you think it came from? Okay. This is what's happening. Now you want to arrest people. So if you're gonna break down to the core issue, you might want to just thank your fucking local PD and your local governments that continue to perpetrate the fucking narrative, and then thank the white media for making it like this. But you go outside, it's not really as dysfunctional as you think it is. Armstead said instead of discussing the messes made by encampments, also pause right there, you should tax people that live in their apartments for those messes that the unhoused are doing. If you didn't throw out your fucking fancy little couch, they wouldn't want to be sitting on it. Now they want comforts too, just like you do. I mean, I got a couch. I know I fucking wanted a couch when I was outside. Let's see. The issue is not affordable housing. It is substance abuse and mental illness. This Craig Arfston's been on that shit since he lost his lover. Until the day we define the problem as two separate issues, the problem of affordable housing or homelessness will never be solved. Whatever, cuz. All right. Barfston said some attendees at times interrupted the meeting. There were a few people there with attitude. Goddamn right, if I saw you, I'd have an attitude. He said sharing a picture with the news break of someone making an obscene gesture at his group. Yeah, they know you're sitting at the table. Really, it did not disrupt from the purpose of the meeting. What? That broad had no control over the meeting. It was more of a sideshow. The real problem with the meeting was the acoustics. It was held in an old gym, and it was impossible to hear people seated at the same table. From from what he gathered, excuse me, Black Belly. From what he gathered, the discussion was mostly respectful, except for a few attendees. Outside the facility after the meeting, some individuals continued to harass supporters of citizens for a safe and clean Denver. Goddamn right. Fucking goddamn right. They should be fucking told something. Them motherfuckers are uh rich fucking philanthropy type fucking small business owners or whatever that own businesses downtown and fucking are on a vigilante thing. They are. They really are. They fucking so are. Um, and they got a whole snitching app, right? All right, cool. All right, so it's just Jesse pinwheeling again. Nope, I can hear his background. Okay, let's see. In the meantime, citizens for a safe and clean Denver have submitted a petition. I bet they did to Johnston demanding certain changes be made. Mm-mm. They want police to arrest people experiencing homelessness. They want to tell you, fucking trashy ass individuals who break the law and get them into drug and alcohol or mental health treatment. Shit, if you really wanted that, you should put more money behind your motherfucking culprit. All right, that's the end of it. That's the end of that. Okay. Yeah, of course they do. Safe and clean Denver. Yeah, damn right you should be harassed. You fucker, like, they're right there in the mayor's pocket too. You know what I mean? They're the ones providing some of this money for everybody. You know. Ooh. All right. I'm gonna read one more article, okay? No, I can't remember. I put this down. I'm gonna read one more article. Real quick. Okay. It's about the LGBTQ community, and it's called it's an opinion piece by Denver Rescue Mission. Opinion piece. It's an opinion piece by David Heights. Denver Rescue Mission policies do not affirm homeless gay people. Okay, and I'm gonna give my opinion about that. Back in February, I wrote an opinion piece arguing that homeless shelters in Denver must treat gay people fairly and with respect. Denverite had uncovered a scoop that caught my attention. The rescue mission, in its employee handbook, banned employees from acting on same-sex attraction and rejection of one's biological sex, according to Denverite. City Council member Robin Kanish worked to have the language removed. I'm profoundly troubled by reports of Denver Rescue Mission employee handbook that could result in its employees having to choose between their sexual orientation, gender identity, or their jobs serving people experiencing homelessness in Denver, Kanish said during a city council meeting in November. It has been a long settled matter in Colorado and Denver that discrimination is only wrong, it is illegal in many circumstances. In many circumstances, Bradley. Hey, here we go. Now, Denver Right has another scoop. According to the news site, the mission is being accused by a former employee that he was fired for being gay. The employee attorney has filed a complaint with Denver's anti-discrimination office. The employee says He never disclosed his orientation to the mission, Denver Wright reported. But the mission found out and brought it up during a reprimand for discussing his views about abortion online. This, you see what I'm saying, Felly? Ain't nothing sacred, man. Like, the employee who suffered from mental illness began to shake during the reprimand, told Denver Wright. He eventually had to leave the room and go to the restroom where he sobbed. An anti-gay newsroom. My heart breaks for this employee. I once worked for a newspaper that had a reputation of being conservative. There was plenty of anti-gay talk in the newsroom that was inappropriate. The entire operation was a good old boys network of old white men. I lost my temper with my editor. Indeed, I called him a sophomoric a-hole for his infantile remarks. I ended up being fired for putting the company in an unattainable position. Actually, the firing didn't last long. Laura took up my case pro bono after she fired off a threatening letter to the newspaper. My firing changed to a separation agreement, and I received a small settlement. The competition hired me right away. They even rebranded a popular column I wrote so it could run in their paper too. That's nice. Not fitting in. Just like this mission employee, I consider myself a Christian, but often feel out of place in religious settings due to their anti-gay stance. At the same time, I often feel out of place around other gay people. I sometimes feel like I don't fit in anywhere, and that's not a good thing. Whoa. So, we have now learned something new about our neighbor. That's exactly how the mission employee told Denver Wright he said he feels. But I wonder how gay people who rely on the mission for shelter feel given this latest accusation of anti-gay behavior by the mission. I reached out to the mission. I want to know if gay people could trust the mission to treat them fairly. We serve everyone who walks through the doors, responded Stephen Hinkle, spokesman for the mission. The mission has faithfully served individuals experiencing homelessness regardless of race, age, sexual orientation, marital status, or any other protected classes for past 131 years. Primary goal as an organization is serving vulnerable men, women, and children who are experiencing homelessness and poverty. Thrown out of mission after a anti-gay remark. My opinion piece where I described being thrown out of the 48th Avenue shelter which the mission operates. A man had slipped into my bed when I got up to go to the bathroom. I came back, he said it was his bed, and called me a derogatory name for a gay person. Supervisor on duty threw me out when I reported the incident. I ended up walking to 7-Eleven calling 911. Genuinely nice Denver police officer named Bo Bocham came and picked me up. She took me downtown, and I sat in Tom's diner drinking coffee all night. Fortunately, Canisius' terms end in a few days, so I'm not sure who will represent the interests of the LGBT people in its latest flap with the mission. I hope the new council, at least one of its gay members, will rebuke the mission as Canisius did. There needs to be some kind of a reassurance that the shelter guests won't be thrown out for being gay if they're harassed by shelter bullies, which happens all the time in homeless LGBT people in Denver. Homelessness is the scariest thing I've ever experienced. LGBT people deserve at least to know they will be safe at a shelter, even if a conservative Christian is on duty. Yeah, all right, bet. All right, I'm gonna stop there. So my thoughts on this, Valley. As I was outside for all that time, I knew a lot of gay men. Okay, and they would go to the rescue mission, just like when I was able to go to when I finally figured out that women could go into the rescue mission, for a certain amount of hours before like dinner time. Then at dark, it's not good for a woman to really be outside. I mean, it really isn't. We can't all pretend this feminist shit is a rip. I mean, it's really dangerous sometimes, for a woman, especially an unhoused woman. pretty one too. You know, it's kind of really fucking dangerous sometimes. So there's a lot of gay men that I knew that were they would go into the shelter to receive services, and that's the rescue mission. The rescue mission has always been to fucking promote, biblical things that promote a little Christian religion, help you get you on your path, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you never really heard him outright say, anything discriminative towards gay people. Now, I said it doesn't happen. Just say you never hear about it. However, you got to think about the things you do hear from the shelter, from the LGBTQ community, or gay men, or men that are dressing like women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is that it's not safe in there. And there's been a few of my friends that I knew that were the transgender individuals. They would say that it's dangerous in there, just like jail. They're preyed upon. It's not safe for them. They're preyed upon, and that shit is foul too. That it's bad all the way around. Shelters are bad for men. You can't go in there with your own. You can't go in there if you have anything sometimes, because you fall asleep, somebody's gonna take your shit off your feet. If you're openly gay, then they might fuck with you in there. If you dress like a woman, or you are somewhat feminine in appearance, and you got some predatory men in there trying to mess with you, it's not others happen, but it happens. You know what I mean? And if you're disabled, there's some predatory type of situation going on. I mean, it's not a good look. It's not safe for nobody to be in shelters. Women got similar difficulties. When I go to the women's shelter, I got the elder women fucking with me, and then I get kicked out for being loud, or telling them to stay in their place, or like shit, or I didn't just raise my voice sometimes, or they wanna own everything when it's a public shelter and nothing belongs to nobody. It's a first come first served type of situation. But God forbid, young little whippersnapper like myself, they'll say that old ass wench might just say nah, get loud, and next thing you know, I'm outside in a blizzard. You know what I mean? So it's really rough, but it's rough for that. The handbook, yeah, I've seen the handbook. That thing's been around for a long time. What I think is really foul is that if the person didn't outright say they were gay because they didn't have to, and some fucking hater was perusing that person's. Think about it just like this: a fucking hater of that person was perusing that person's personal fucking social media, and came up and found that out, and then went back and told. That's somebody trying to get him fired. Evidently, sometimes it's not that difficult. We see that, men and women could be gay or not gay, or trans or not trans, because it's written all over them, even if it's not written all over them. You know what I mean? And so it's not very difficult to really see or to feel it when you walk past someone, or they're talking to you, that their essence is exuding a certain energy that you can feel. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be said. It's understood. You know what I mean? And so for that, to be fired, or to be fired, especially when the rescue mission gives out jobs to unhoused members. A lot of these people are in these programs. They're unhoused. They're going through God, Jesse, what's the name of that program that the men have? It's like the NLP or something like that, right? The rescue mission. They got a program inside the one over there by the in the triangle. They have a program right there in there. The men work in the kitchen. They do activities around the building. They do certain chores, things like that, and that's like their job, and it's preparing them for going out into society. Remember my cousin Stone? My cousin Stone was on their program. And he was housed upstairs. He was like on a housing reintegration program, but through the mission. So this has been going on. This is like it's nothing new. The rescue mission just frowns upon, like, you can't go in the rescue mission and be having openly can't be over there in the rescue mission during the rescue mission hours and be sitting at a table kissing on your dude if you're a dude. That's just a no no. They don't really like that shit. They don't like public displays of affection, even if you was a man and a woman doing it. Okay, they don't like that shit. They let you come in, they feed you. It doesn't matter what the fuck's going on, at all. Like at all. They don't. They're not really. They might be in the handbook and they might have certain topics, but they're not actively going out of their way and saying, "Nah, you're wearing a dress, homeboy. You can't come in here." No, they're not doing that at all. They're just saying, to watch, like when I would see my friends going at night, the guys letting the other gentlemen in or whatever, they would tell the ones that were living outside of the shelter like a woman, they would tell them, hey, look, um just keep your stuff to yourself, stick to your stuff, and if you need to get a bed closer to the window so we can look out. You know what I mean? So that we could, so they keep an eye on them. Because those ones are considered like they're prey. There's some men out there that go to the shelters and they rob motherfuckers, or they go to the shelter and they'll see you in the bathroom by yourself or whatever, and they try to push up on you. There's some real predatory individuals in the world. You know what I mean? So they want to look out for them, but I don't think that. I think that if anything, this is a travesty. Obviously, it's dangerous for anybody, everybody. Dangerous for women. It's dangerous for men. It's dangerous for anybody living outside of those parameters. But I don't think that the shelter itself is allowed to give their own opinion. I think that motherfucking you're looking at people that are unhoused in a in a program disrespecting another program member. You know what I mean? That's what I think happened, and that's all I gotta say about that. Um, I will do an RVA later on this evening, and hopefully I get approved. But I'll probably do it here before I take my journey somewhere else. I think I gotta go to the Black House. I'm not sure. Um, Jesse, Jesse, Jesse. See, now you tell me about falling asleep and you fell asleep, weirdo.
Hello, Moto.
Good. Now, can you close out the show, please? All right, family, stay black and dangerous. Jesse got to close out the rest of it. He accidentally fell asleep. Hey, the audacity, give me the business. Come on, guys, close out the show, please.
Yeah. So yeah, thank y'all for tuning into this season 3, episode 15 on the Front Line Blacc News. We'll be back more than likely.
Later on today for the RVA.
Yeah, we'll be back later on today for the RBA, so make sure y'all stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Blacc News, Black Experience Enhanced, Global Standard Agenda.
Yep. And thank you for joining us, Black Valley. Apologize for earlier today. But it was, that just happened. So anyway, Stay black, stay dangerous. Look forward to us tomorrow, and definitely keep your eye on these upcoming upcoming lives on Monday. Where Jesse's gonna be recording.
Yeah.
The upcoming lives that we got. Hopefully, my reservation goes through for Monday, but stay tapped in with these upcoming lives because they're going to be juicy. You know what I mean? I hopefully my reservation is complete for Monday, but stay tuned because I'm sure Jess is gonna be recording. And we don't intend on letting motherfucking Mike Johnson slide in and continue to fuck the unhoused community just because the predecessor did that. That everybody thinks it's okay, and it's not. It's not okay at all. It's not okay. So, and fuck you too, Michael Hancock. I can't wait to watch your fucking sham of a fucking movie so I could talk about that too. I'm gonna watch that right now as soon as we hang up.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to sleep. Yeah, so we'll see y'all tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow or later on today, as Jesse would normally correct me. Later on today. Sleep well. Thank you, family, for watching and hanging out with us. And we're gonna close out, and we'll see y'all later on. And later on, after the garden and all that extra good stuff, we'll see y'all later on.